Hello everybody and welcome along to the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium for the 2026 running of the Champions Winter Trophy. My name's Alex Goldschmidt with you all the way through the weekend, as this morning we had morning warm-up and also timed qualifying taking place. This is the precursor to the start of the B&L Karting Series, which will travel around 3 different circuits across 4 rounds this year, starting in the penultimate weekend of March, heading to Racing Kart JPR in Oosterschelde, and concluding on the first weekend of October back here at the home of champions. 151 drivers from 16 different nations, representing 6 classes within the Rotax racing family, and we'll be able to divulge some information about some wonderful prizes that some of our winning drivers will receive tomorrow. We're getting ready and set for the stage of 12 heats this afternoon. We've got over 50 seniors subscribed, over 45 juniors subscribed. We've also got Mini Rookie, Mini Max, DD2 and DD2 Masters in action. Also, there's a lot of other Rotax racing going on across the world, including rounds 5.1 and 5.2 of the UAE RMC. So hello to Henry Baudet over there. But you know what? Let's give you a little bit of a refresher about the home of champions itself. Now this circuit originates... So the circuit itself, known as the Home of Champions, established back in the mid-1980s, got a refresh about a quarter of a century ago, measures 1,360 metres, 3 sectors in total, and with a varying degree of speed and technicality, is truly a driver's track. 11 corners in total, but a long start-finish straight into turn number 1, and we head trackside for the very, very first time as we are getting underway, and good to see people on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel already starting to watch. The Couch Goblin saying this winter break has been dragging itself, can't believe I survived it. I think you're not the only individual that's been thinking that all the way through, but there has been a lot of karting overseas over the course of the winter period. There's plenty of things going on. Of course, the Rotax Max Challenge calendar for 2026 is always packed, and of course the grand finals will once again be heading to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao later on this year. But we will have our first race set to get underway very, very shortly indeed, and it will be the first of 3 heats for our Mini Rookie drivers. Interesting time qualifying this morning as we go to our roving camera. There's Dean Havitz in the 131 kart for Dams Racing. Just in front, there's Kian Hay, the fastest of the Mini Rookies. Got himself all the way up into P2 with a great effort for the KR Sport driver in the number 68. And also, once again, we're also live streaming on our Facebook page as well. So please feel free to jump in if you are watching along on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel or on the Facebook page. Please send your comments in. I will be keeping an eye on them as well. But we got 34 combined Mini and Mini Rookie drivers ready to head out onto the circuit. So for the heats, Mini and Mini Rookie and Junior will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. For all other classes, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. As there we see the juniors looking over, looking at the through the fencing, just off the Tyre Bay and Parc Fermé area. Temperature's incredibly cold today. I think it was like -2 degrees when I got out of the hotel this morning, and it's not been it's been a bit fresh, I think, is to say the least, to be honest with you. But it has been interesting for the drivers. Very variable weather conditions, especially yesterday. A lot of wet surface on the circuit. But today has been fairly dry, to be completely honest with you. There has been a bit of a breeze in the air. Some people are doubling and tripling up in layers. So it's a case of either wearing a snood or a balaclava or multiple different layers for people to keep themselves warm. But with the drivers, they'll probably have the adrenaline coursing through their veins quite significantly in order to keep themselves going. So up first, it's Mini Max and Mini Rookie, heat number 1. So let's take you through the starting order for the opening heats of the 2026 Champions Winter Trophy. It's Mini and Mini Rookie. Oh, now someone's had a bit of a moment coming out of the dummy grid, but has managed to get that rejoined onto the circuit. So Sebastian Behrmann took pole position. Oh, but Harris Barber having problems in the 112 from Strawberry Racing. Trying to get the engine fired up. That car is not going anywhere, I'm afraid. So Sebastian Behrmann and Kian Hay will start on the front row of the grid. Jackson Hilton and Dayan Habits will be on row number 2. Eddie Duncan and Julius Cabal will be on row 3. Conrad Doyle and James Roots round out the following row ahead of Tristan Abils and August Likebo Lingzo from Denmark. Julian Janssen and Ivan Yanisevich will be rounding out the next row. Maria Roberto and Zane Savoglu will be next up. After that, Milita Kosmika and Ryan Townsend. Malte Holm and Jonathan Falcon Otterson, the two Danes lining up alongside each other. Lenny Barton, Adam Dion Asp, Arlo Gamble, Louis Litauers, Chloe Sorensen, Sofus Billy Jakobsen, Arthur Bowers, Amizi Ozani, Omer Misudieli, Benjamin Slyvar. Then we got Evert van Middeldorp, Kan Aras Akgun, Arno Hudster, Ben Falker, Harris Barber and Tim Hansler bringing up the grid. Right, is Charlie Smith there? No, he's not, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware. I haven't seen an American running on a Strawberry Racing Tony Kart chassis this weekend to at Smith Callaway, so that's probably Callaway Smith the other way around. It's a good way of getting a YouTube handle. So it is going to be down to Sebastian Behrmann and Kian Hay to line up on the front row of the grid. So it looks like Harris Barber is unable to make it out onto the start of this race. So that's going to be a real shame. If he has been able to start from the dummy grid, that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise. So Series Race Director for the B&L Karting Series, Manuel Branco, overlooking proceedings with him and his team. The red lights are on the gantry for the first time for the 2026 running of the Champions Winter Trophy. And it is Behrmann versus Hay on the front row of the grid. They crawl out of the final corner. And then we will be revs up, lights on. And the lights are out for the first heat as we get going here in 2026. And to the inside, look at the lunge from Dayan Habits. Manages to get through. Kian Hay, unfortunately, loses a couple of positions. Rejoins from the runoff area as there we go. Change for the race lead, or change for second. That is the 127. Jackson Hilton from the UK for Dan Holland Racing. Gets through on Dayan Habits. And here comes Eddie Duncan in the 157, trying to slingshot down the Europalan into turn 6 for the first time. On the chicane. Bumps over the curbs, nice and neat and tidy by the trio, running second, third and fourth at the meantime. However, Sebastian Behrmann has cleared off into the stratosphere, it looks like. Kian Hay there in the number 68, the youngster from Denmark, for KR Sport, rounding out your top 5. But look at the run that Sebastian Behrmann, he got the jump on everybody. And whilst they were scrapping, he got in front and cleared away into the distance. And he's gone purple across the board Behrman completes lap number 1. The lead is 0.7 of a second. Jackson Hilton. Oh, now that is Day and Habits trying to go around the outside. It was 3 wide coming out of turn 1 for the briefest of moments. And Jackson Hilton holds on ahead of Eddie Duncan. So some good early fireworks, but a little bit of a touch between the 111 and 130. I think that was the 131. Day and Habits making a little bit of contact with August Lykkeborg Lingzo in the 111 from Denmark. And Lingzo finding himself sideways, manages to catch it. Meantime, there is the 151, Germany's Julian Krabau. Obviously not happy about what's happened there. Moment there for Kian Hay. And that allows Day and Habits to get through. And now look at the scramble. Here comes Julian Krabau with a head full of steam, the German on the CRG chassis. There's also Julian Janssen in the 105 for SP Motorsport, the team run by Stan Pex. 3 wide. And there is Conrad Doyle, another one of the Danish contingent that have decided to find themselves... dramas at Marshall Post 7. And that is Kart 7, I'm afraid. Chloe Sorensen for the new One Racing team, a division of RS competition. Concentrating mainly on female drivers. Meantime, slingshot attempt engaged and carried out. Eddie Duncan manages to get back through on the 131. Well, that's the 167. That is going to be Ian Janisevich. Gets through, and that was on Dejan Habits. And Habits gives him a little bit of a love tap on the rear bumper. Janisevich gesticulating, but needs to carry on with the job at hand. That's a switchback and a half. Through out of the final quarter by the 167. Obviously, clearly frustrated about something. Not sure what. However, incredible work there by Janisevich. Kian Hay, new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 1.018. He nearly got overall pole position out of the 34 drivers combined. And now he's closing on Jackson Hilton. And the Dane dives to the inside. He runs a little bit deep. Kian Hay just absolutely made a bit of a meal of that one. And Jackson Hilton said, thank you very much. And Kian Hay's got to do all that work all over again. Just coming up to the 3 minute plus an additional lap on the timer still to go. So unfortunately for Chloe Sorensen for the One Racing outfit, she is out having started 23rd on the grid. She'll have to come back in Heat 2 a little bit later on. And to the inside. Nice little move there by James Roots in the 132. But Janisevich gets back through. James Roots in the 132 in 6th. Being closed in on by Dejan Habits now puts in the fastest lap of the race. And that was a 1 minute .505, 0.6 quicker than Kian Hay's previous fastest lap of the race, which is a 1 minute 1.018. But there are drivers going faster that have broken under 61 seconds. That does include the driver running in second position, Eddie Duncan. But at the moment, Sebastian Behrman is 1.1 seconds up the road from Eddie Duncan. And in the meantime, well, what does that mean for the drivers out on the circuit? Well, not much. Apart from the fact that Behrman is absolutely running away with things at the moment. But Eddie Duncan is closing that gap. Julian Krabau trying to close in. He's got Conrad Doyle just behind. They're closing in on the likes of James Roots, and Conrad Doyle is now the fastest out on the circuit. 1 minute .309 by the Dane. This has been an absolutely crazy first Mini Max and Mini Rookie race of the weekend. They've still got 2 more heats to go. So they do say that sometimes you've got to be using discretion as the better part of valour. So it is at the moment with Eddie Duncan in second and Sebastian Behrmann. Well, that gap was 1.1. It's now under half a second. And through on the inside of Julien Carbal. That was August Lickeball-Lingso getting through for position. And now it's the two drivers from Strawberry Racing at the front end of the field. Eddie Duncan has been closing in and just put in a 1 minute 1:630. Jackson Hilton in third position, matched him exactly on time. But Conrad Doyle, the quickest out there, 1 minute 0.309. But Behrmann got enough of a window at the beginning of the race to hope that no one would try and catch him, let alone his own teammates. Black and white warning flag to Louis Letauras from Belgium in the 156. And also, another one going out, Maria Roberto in the 152. I think there's a few more coming as well amongst that. There seem to be, there's flashes of yellow. As there is the 167, Janiciewicz, who has tumbled down to 9th position, started 12th nevertheless, and now Conrad Doyle finds himself in P6. Final lap is underway as our leaders line astern between the two drivers representing Strawberry Racing. Duncan switches to the outside through off of the Europolon, and he dives through for the race lead. Eddie Duncan on the last lap of the race off of the back straight times it to perfection. And now Behrmann's got Jackson Hilton right with him. So final couple of corners, checkered flag this time around. For the majority of the race until halfway through the final lap, it was Sebastian Behrmann. But now it's going to be Eddie Duncan that wins the opening heat of the weekend here in Minimax, the Minimax Rookie. Sebastian Behrmann finishes 6.5 tenths of a second behind in P2. Jackson Hilton P3, Dejan Habits 4th. Kian Hay, never mind the fact he got P2 in qualifying, he's just taken an overall top 5 finish in 5th position. Conrad Doyle takes 6th, and also with it the fastest lap of the race, a 59.970. So Eddie Duncan, after nearly 10.9 kilometres, speed of 79.69 kph. That's closing in on 50 miles an hour. But Eddie Duncan and Sebastian Behrmann bring over the line as Strawberry Racing 1-2. Head of Jackson Hilton, Dejan Habits, Kian Hay takes mini rookie race victory number 1. Head of Conrad Doyle, Roots, Janiciewicz, and the likes of Julius Janssen, Julius Carbal, August Lickeball-Lingso, Milo de Karlsmaker, and Jonathan Falcon Otterson, Arlo Gamble, Maria Roberto, Zane Sofoglu from Strawberry Racing, Tristan Abils, Ray and Townsend, Tim Hansler and Arthur Bowers rounding out your top 20. Benjamin Sliver, Ben Falker, Louis Letauras, Malte Holm, Amizio Zani, Lenny Barton, Adam Dion Asp, then Harris Barber, Sofus Billy Jacobsen, Evert van Middeldorp, Aras Argun, then Arno Halstar, and Omer Mezzudielli. But we have a look at the highlights right now. And pretty decent start. Someone, I think that might have been Ray and Townsend, possibly might have been 2 wheels outside of the tram lines there. But in earnest, it was very, very even. But then you look here, Dejan Habit sweeps to the inside and threads the eye of the needle, 3 wide into turn 1 initially. Kian Hay just decides to stay out of trouble, so you got Julius Grabau in the 151 to the inside of him. And the good thing was they were able to use the runoff area, so Kian Hay and Julius Grabau took good strategic use of that. But then you see here the move from Jackson Hilton to get through on Dejan Habits, and then Eddie Duncan decides to make it from 2's company to 3's a crowd. And Dejan Habits had a little bit of a couple of dramas here or there, a couple of struggles to be honest with you, and there's 3 wide, but Dejan Habits, the back end steps out to the left hand Tokyo Drift style for the 131 from Belgium. And And this was when Eddie Duncan was able to get through on, well, tried to get through on Jackson Hilton. There was a contact between Licky Lingsaw and Dian Habits, and Dian Habits like saying, "What are you doing?" Well, the thing was, it looked like to me possibly that Dian Habits just wasn't far enough alongside, and it accidentally ended up into the side of the 111. But then it was, you know, the attempted move, and here goes Cian Hay to the inside and then understeers completely out of turn 10, ends up using the runoff area. But then this is another moment where I wouldn't, you know, he's quite a young driver, is Cian Hay. Jackson Hilton having the words "rude boy" on the back of his race helmet. But here's the moment when Cian Hay decided to dive to the inside, ran deep. Jackson Hilton, no hesitation, calm and cool as a cucumber, got the job done. And then we see James Roots getting through on Ivan Janickiewicz on that particular occasion. And those two were playing mini-max musical chairs, because through at turn 1, the 167 returned the favour. And then we've got this almighty squabble here. Now, that was Conrad Doyle, who got through on the 151, Julius Grabau from Germany. And just behind them was August Licky. But then we have this moment here. So you've got Sebastian Behrmann versus Eddie Duncan, and this is coming out of turn 5. Now, this is on the last lap of the race, and Behrmann takes a long look over the right shoulder, and here goes Eddie Duncan waiting for his opportunity to strike, sees the opening, bang, there he goes, straight through, and Behrmann powerless to do anything about it. It was just one of those moves that Duncan really didn't need to slingshot. He just waited, saw the opening, went for it without hesitation, got the job done, and as a result, the 157 leads home a strawberry 1-2 across the line. So we now go back trackside, and this time around it will be our first of 3 respective junior max heats. 47 juniors here this weekend, 51 in the seniors, so which is why we've had to split them into 3 groups. Each of the junior and senior divisions, each driver in those respective divisions, will have to take part in 2 heats today. And then, of course, tomorrow morning we will have the Super Heats, Super Heat A and B, for both junior and senior tomorrow. So a whole host of great young talent that will be looking to showcase their prowess here at the home of champions. As I said, it is a little bit cold out there, so it's not the easiest of conditions to deal with. But the main thing is the track is dry. But a very, very spicy first race of the weekend out of the 12 heats today. As they say, this is the calm before the storm. And some of the drivers, as I said there, you see on Jensen Chalk's visor, the 264 from the UK, recently having gone over to the Dubai Autodrome for this year's Dubai O-Plate. And a very good afternoon to a man who was very much part of the paddock in the B&L karting series for many a year. Conrad Byers joining us on the live stream. Good to catch up with you yesterday evening in person, my friend. But we will have a very, very busy grid here for this one. Representation from Turkey, the United Kingdom, Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Belgium, Portugal, Denmark, and the Czech Republic. Right, okay, let's take you through the starting grid of Heat 1, Junior Road Tax, qualifying heat, Groups B versus C as... Oh, now was that Jensen Chalk who's just had a little bit of an excursion, exit stage left? It's Eren Unludogan from Turkey and Kai Clark from the UK on the front row. Row 2, Jensen Chalk and Gillian Dummer. Alfie Ward and Lieke van Berkel will round out row 3. Rades Kozmin Pascu and Sebastian Clark round out row 4. Emily Siedkowska and Albert Friend will round out the top 10. Followed that up with Harry Taylor and Didier Dodala on row 6. Lucien Smith and Portugal's Lourenco Villau. Next up, Devrim Yeta and William Ronfeldt. Jodrent and Daniel Hakkinen. Tiger Holthausen and Trent van Melek. Justin Fonk, Philip Hansler, Tim Feldman, Tobias Johns, Ludwig Hansson, Sasha Alderweireld, Jesse Andringa, Anton Christensen, Kieran Stewart and Leonard Köster. We were due to have at the back end of the grid Germany's Bendix Schulte, but Bendix did not take part in time qualifying, and it looks to be the case. I will get confirmation of this, whether he is a non-starter for the weekend. So that will bring us down to 46 junior road tax drivers in all. So, as with the previous heats, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So, drivers weaving from side to side. I know that there's been quite a lot of adverse weather at the moment over in Valencia. So, I hope everyone out there keeps safe, and obviously with the recent flooding in Dublin and Ireland, our thoughts are with those that have been affected over there in particular. But it is going to be down to Eren Unludogan from Turkey and the UK's Kai Clark on the front row of the grid. Funny thing is that Kai Clark and Jensen Chalk are wearing previous iterations of the Team UK Road Tax Grand Finals outfits, the race suits. Shout out to Gary Shield from Jag Engineering and Tina. So, out of the final corner, revs up, lights are out. Here we go for 7 minutes plus an additional lap, and straight away sideways is Unludogan. Jensen Chalk manages to get through on Kai Clark to get through to second position. Gillian Dummer holding station in fourth at the moment as their attempts the 219. Albert Friend now in different colours than what we've seen from him. Oh no! And a big moment. Oh no, what's happened on the Uniplan? Two karts have just come together. And I think there was a little bit of a moment between Kai Clark and Jensen Chalk. Clark up the inside of the 225 of Gillian Dummer. And one kart is stationary on the Europolan at the moment. So at the minute, well, Eren Unludogan has gotten away after that incident at turn 5 between Kai Clark and Jensen Chalk. But Cabo is right in between the two Britons coming across the line. Harry Taylor, Sebastian Clark, Alfie Ward, right. Right, let's see. There's going to be a lot of change in this order. And I would imagine if it's probably going to be the likes of Devon Yates and William Ronfelt, looks like they've had a very, very disastrous opening sector. Over 3/4 of a minute, respectively. But Unladogan now up the road by over 2.2 seconds. Can Kai Clark help to pull that gap a little bit closer? And Unladogan is absolutely flying in the opening couple of sectors. So, yeah, Yudren, Sasha Al-Jabrail, looks like they're not taking any further participation in this race. Lucian Smith lost 10. Yeah, so Lucian Smith might have been one of the drivers involved in that altercation on the back straightaway. But one driver definitely not going any further. Trent Van Malik has made his way up 13 positions. Oh, right. We've got our first black flag of the meeting, and it's for the 235 for Ares Cosmin Pascu from Switzerland. I'm afraid he's going to have to pull that car into pit lane. So black flag, something has been deemed significant enough for that to be the result of a decision made through our race direction and race control team headed up by Manuel Branco. So 2 laps, well, nearly 3 laps completed, and still Gillian Dummer, last year was a Minimax driver, now moves up to juniors. He's keeping pace with Kai Clark. And now he's looking, sideways under braking, and Jensen Chalk to the outside of the German. Through into turn 1, can't quite make it through. So Jensen Chalk, fastest lap of the race in the MLC Motorsport 264. And there goes Dimmer to the inside of Clark. That allows Jensen Chalk to also get through. And Clark's bounding up and down in the seat to the outside. He went there for the briefest of moments. I could understand the frustration. Kai Clark was jumping up and down like a jackrabbit in the seat. And now, here we go to the inside. That is Clark on chalk. Moved on for P3. And now Clark back up into second, but Gillian Dummer, he might be a rookie when it comes to the Junior Rotax division. But if he can be that quick straight out of the box, I mean, when you're running with Kilian Kraft's operation at Kraft Motorsport. And now we've got another new fastest lap of the race, Lieke van Berkel from the Netherlands. And that was a 57.901, and she is closing in on Harry Taylor, who is about 0.2 of a second in front of her. 2.25 minutes still remaining on the timer. And Eren Unladogan is away and clear by a big, big margin. It's going to be north of 4 seconds. Make that nearly 4.3. 4.2 it is as Kai Clark sets the overall fastest final sector of anybody in this race so far. Jensen Chalk and Gillian Dummer ran out your top 3. But William Ronfelt all the way down in 25th position has gone purple in sectors 1 and 2. Now we go a little bit further back. For the briefest of moments, I think I saw in that Jesse Andringa, Daniel Hakkinen, Kieran Stewart, who's up 10 spots from 29th. Well, he's up 10 spots from 29th on the grid. As William Ronfelt, I did say, went purple in sectors 1 and 2. Did it across the board. 57.621 by the 263 from Denmark. There's a lot of love in the YouTube chat. Plenty of Turkish flags for the race leader at the moment. So, 6 laps completed. Edin Uldogan, 4.2 seconds up the road from Kai Clark. Jensen Chalk, Julian Dummer, Sebastian Clark, Lieke van Berkel, Harry Taylor, Albert Friend, Daniel Hakkinen from the Czech Republic gets a black and white warning flag from race control and is down 2 places from his starting position of 18th. Looks like we've also got a black and white warning flag for the 231 as well. Oh, right, okay. Now, someone has just come in. That was Justin Fonk, I believe, in the 232. Has just come into pit lane. Race is over for the Belgian, I'm afraid. So 2 laps to go. And that is Edin Uldogan, the Turkish driver for Dan Holland Racing, running on the Lando Norris chassis. Of course, Lando Norris, 2025 Formula 1 World Champion. There's another black and white warning flag being shown for Daniel Hakkinen on this particular occasion. Fastest lap of the race by Kai Clark, 57.250. But Uldogan, whilst everyone else was battling away, he has kept out of trouble, kept his nose very, very clean. And into turn 10 he goes for what will be the penultimate time, as it will be lap 9 out of 9 will start very shortly. So lap 8 completed. Edin Uldogan from Turkey crosses the line. The gap is slightly being truncated by Kai Clark. It's down to just under 3.9 seconds, but the 222 up front and at the lead of the field so far has done an absolutely stellar job at this moment in time. Jensen Chalk now responds with his own fastest lap of the race, so 57.135. But when the dust was settled after this opening heat of the weekend, Edin Uldogan from Turkey and Dan Holland Racing wins Heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Qualifying Heat B versus C. Kai Clark second, Jensen Chalk, Julian Dummer, Sebastian Clark, Lieke van Berkel, Harry Taylor, Albert Friend, Philip Hansler, and soon, very shortly, who's going to be 10th? That will go the way of Lourenço Villau from Portugal. It was Alfie Ward until the final lap of the race. But Edin Uldogan wins by nearly 3 3/4 seconds after 9 laps of racing, just over 12.2 kilometres here at the circuit. Alfie Ward, Trent van Melk, Tobias Johns, Tiger Holthausen, Ludwig Hansson round out your top 15. Hardest charger, Philip Hansler, up from 22nd on the grid to finish 9th. Tobias Johns and Ludwig Hansson made up 11 and 10 places apiece. Emily Siedkowska, Lucian Smith, Devon Mieta, Daniel Hakkinen and Kieran Smith round out your top 20. William Ronfeld, Didi Didale, Leonard Koster, Jesse Andringa, Tim Feldman and Anton Christensen made it to the end of the race itself. Justin Fonk out with 4 laps to go. Radis Cosmin Pascu given the black flag. Jodrens, Sasha Al-Jabrail out on the opening lap, and of course Bendik Schulte a non-starter. But well, we thought the fireworks were in the minis, and along came the juniors and said, hold my Coke Zero on this one. So the highlights themselves really speak for themselves, so to speak. And it didn't take long for the drivers to get their elbows out, so to speak. things got a little bit close for comfort in the. There we saw there was in the background the 240 off the circuit. Lucian Smith, who recovered to finish 17th in the end. But then we came through into turn 5, and then we see Kai Clark late dives in, and yeah. I think, to be honest with you, that is something for race control to look at, not from... Now, I could give you my opinion, I would have to, but then we see a couple of drivers at the sharp end, one mounted on top of the other. So that is not exactly how you want your weekend to start. But then, as Edin Unlo-Dogan pulled away into the distance, well, it was the battling between Kai Clark, Julien Carbal, and also Jenson Chalk for second, third and fourth respectively. Jenson Chalk, come the end of the race, would finish with the fastest lap, the only driver to dive under 57 seconds. Here's his attempt on Julien Carbal towards the midpoint of the race, coming through into turn number 1, but Carbal still keeping the Kraft Motorsport Tony kart where it needed to be. There's another angle of it, so Jenson Chalk gets to about the front bumper, front wheel axle in front, but not enough momentum from the 264 from the United Kingdom to make the move stick. Here's a nice little move from Carbal on Clark, and this is when we saw that the door was wide enough open. Clark turns in. Doesn't really... I think the thing was Carbal was not really concentrating on what Clark was doing. He was wondering about what he was going to do in this situation. And then here's the retake of second position from Kai Clark coming through. Carbal tried to see if he could return the favour from turn 1 into 2, but then it opened the door for Jenson Chalk. And from that point onwards, it was a mere formality for the 276. They were battling pretty much all the way through the race, and it was only towards the latter part of it where we saw that Kai Clark was able to put a little bit of light between himself at the end of the tunnel and also Jenson Chalk. But Edin Unlo-Dogan, what a stellar victory by the driver from Turkey in the 222 for Dan Holland Racing, winning by 3.7 seconds after the end of 9 laps here at the home of champions.
One, 379, 379 on place 16, and 344 on place 20.
So once again, we head down trackside to the dummy grid ahead of our first of 10 minutes plus an additional lap heats here this weekend for the 2026 running of the Champions Winter Trophy here at Karting Genk. Also interesting to see that, just noticed, Vince van der Hollen is running with Shun Sekaguchi's Team Japan overalls, so obviously there must have been a swap at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit late last year just before the Christmas holidays. But once again, a big amount of talent in this grid, and that does include the reigning Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Senior Max Champion for 2025, Macaulay Bishop from the United Kingdom, who also did a great job, had plenty of successes, which also included the 2025 B&L Karting Series Senior Rotax Crown, having followed in the footsteps of a number of drivers that have taken a title there from the United Kingdom, including Sean Butcher, including the likes of Joe Turney. And I have to give a shout out to my good friend Mr. Guillaume Alvarez is also watching. Hello, buddy. Hope you're well. Right, let's take you through the starting grid of our opening heats for Senior Rotax for the Champions Winter Trophy. Groups B versus C. Now, the first noticeable driver that hasn't made it out, not too sure if he's going to make it through on the dummy grid, Gabriel Svitala. Lola Gervais is also shown as still in the pits, but Lars Lambers will start from pole position, and he'll have Canada's Ryan Gandor alongside him on the front row. Vince van der Halle and Conor Large will be alongside each other on row 2. Tino Sidler and Thijs van Wyk, that'll be row 3. Good to see Scott Marsh back on a Rotax finally after a few years. Good to catch up with him and his old man earlier on yesterday. Scott will be joined by Midi Leswed alongside. Boris Maximov now with Strawberry Racing, joined by Theo Guillotot on the next row. Macaulay Bishop will be joined by Flynn Fitters next up, head of Tom Lanois, who was second to Bishop in the B&L last year. Sverre Urban, Charlie King. Well, there is a Charlie King, not a Charlie Smith. Gabriel Svitala was due to start. Len Noyes going from DD2 last year to Direct Drive and the 317 for Shepherds Racing. He'll be next up. Hugo Crasto, Jules de Hoek, Rein van der Meer, Reimer van Beek, Jon Relle Bremer, Timio Merafina, Arav Dewan, the only driver representing India here this weekend. Titouan Hocher, Korn Willems, Bodine Blankenberg, Len Druvers, Priam Lelang from Sweden, Charlie Cox, Kenneth van Mokerke, Lola Gervais not showing on the track itself. Nolo Senda and Dimir Ozgultekin rounding out the grid. Another driver from Turkey here this weekend. Now, for those old B&L Karting Series historians out, you might remember a name that ran with Bouvin Power, Berkay Besler back in the day, and has been recently running with, I think it's Automotive Bursan Motorsport that run in the GT4 European Series under the bright blue, turquoise blue BMWs. But there you see Vince van der Halle running in the Team Japan's overalls of Shun Sekaguchi, whose dad runs in GT500 for Toyota Gazoo Racing. So, revs up. Let's see, are we lights out? First time, yes we are. We go green in Heat 1. And it's going to be a scramble. Oh, front end went into the air for the 319 of Conor Large. As now everyone's scrambling through into turns 2 and 3. Now, there was one driver actually slightly off of turn 3 and started grass tracking. As everyone trying to juxtapose for position. As through on Ryan Gandor. Now, there's one driver that's made a few places. And that's no surprise there. Boris Maximov right up there. But it is Vince van der Halle who is second. He's not leading. So Lars Lambers is leading the way. Jacob Ashcroft. Now graduating to Ginetta Juniors. Well done, buddy. Good luck for that this year. Meantime, we're having some real cracking battles up and down the order, one of which you've got the likes of Tom Lanois now switching teams from Dams Racing to G-Kart 53. He's running in the 355, and here comes Bishop. Oh, that was shades of old, right up the inside of Switzerland's Tino Sidler. I was going to say, Kuhn Willems, this has been given a warning flag, so someone's getting a slap on the wrist. Also, no grid on the list on the screen. Okay, well, I'll make sure that's communicated with our broadcast crew. There's a lot of new graphics this year, folks, so bear with us. There will be, but I will run through every single grid as here comes Len Nyes diving up the inside. And that was through on Thijs van Wijk. But there are some real scraps up and down the order. As always in senior road tax, the fireworks are plentiful. There's Sverre Ubben, who's got through on Charlie King. That's the battle on track for 11th position at the meantime. So good job there by Sverre Ubben. So with regards to that, coming up to just nearly a quarter of the way through the race itself, Boris Maximov now has got through on Scott Marsh and is up to third place. Both under the same awning at Strawberry Racing. And there is the 333 of Scott Marsh, who's been having some runs in FIA karting over the last couple of years. Also ran with Sodi Kart, I believe, a little while ago. Oh, right. 355, Tom Lanois, black and white warning flag. Mehdi Lassoud, also black and white warning flag, 326. So now, Scott Marsh has had Ryan Gandor get through. Thijs van Wijk in the 369 gets through gets the fastest lap of the race. Macaulay Bishop was 4 1,000ths off him, 54.939. And I think Macaulay was one of the very, very first people to get a ticket for the RMC Winter Trophy earlier on this year. The RMC Winter Trophy. So not to be confused with the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup that happens at Karting Campillos. And here is a change. Ryan Gandor through for third position on Boris Maximov. So once again, more changes up and down the order. So Gabriel Svitala and Lola Gervais, unfortunately, not to start the race itself. However, just under 6 minutes to go. There's a little bit of adjustment on the radiator flap there by the 358 of Maximov. He's got teammate Scott Marsh right behind him. They do say strength in numbers. Doesn't matter whether it's going to be in karting, whether it's in general motorsport, anywhere where you can, as you can see there, the adjustment on the radiator flap for Ryan Gandor shuts the flap completely. Maximov trying to get through on him. Ryan Gandor, now a couple of years back, was being coached by a good friend who I haven't seen in quite a while. Now has his own clothing firm, Lupex. Lucas Bernot, if you might remember, ran as a DD2, multiple time Team Canada representative at the Grand Finals in DD2. Vince van der Halle has the new fastest lap of the race, 54.637. Macaulay Bishop, though, lighting up the timesheets purple, is the current reigning and defending B&L Karting Series champion and also last year's Grand Finals champion. Macaulay Bishop did a 21.9. Oh, 54.522. Bishop is on an absolute mission at the moment. Didn't qualify the best in terms of his group placing. 8th in quali. Puts him a little bit down the order. Ah, right. Charlie King, I'm afraid, has just, I I think might have just dropped out of the race. Tino Sidler, in the meantime, has had a warning flag from race control. But the top two at the moment, well, it's not a pair of Strawberry Racing Tony karts, it's a pair of Bouvin Power Tony karts up at the front end. Lars Lamber's being chased down by teammates in the 375. Vince van der Halle, who just opens up the radiator flap. See, there is some, I think it might be just some sort of like deposits of rubber on the circuit. We're just being kicked up by the rear tyres. But can Vince van der Halle close in on his teammates and get through? Sometimes that is easier said than done, folks. There's now to the inside. Great move there. Boris Maximov strung up like a kipper by Macaulay Bishop. That's an absolutely wonderful move by the 302. Based out of Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. Stone's throw from Rye House Kart Raceway, where I got my start as a commentator back in 2017. Thanks to good friend and F2 and F3 official commentator Chris McCarthy, who's been in Barcelona as they've had pre-season testing for FIA Formula 3 this year. 2.25 minutes left to go. And nevertheless, Lars Lambers has got a gap of about 0.6 of a second between himself and Vince van der Halle. Scott Marsh is being fractionally closed in on by Macaulay Bishop, but the gap with just 2 minutes plus an additional lap to spare is 0.6. But in Blankenberg, now the latest to get a black and white warning flag. So it is just saying to the drivers, we are watching what you are doing. Driving standards are being policed. So it's just basically to give the drivers the benefit of the doubt and just to say, just calm it down a little bit. You were told in the driver's briefing what's expected. And also there are a set of technical and sporting regulations that have to be abided by as well. So next time around we will have 2 laps remaining, give or take, as Lars Lambers still leads. He's opened up that gap to Vince van der Halle to just over 3/4 of a second. Ryan Gandor just set the opening sector purple in the 304 Cosmic chassis for KR Sport. So 2 laps remaining. Gap between first and second position is just over 0.8. But still, oh, right, drama there. And that was the, who was that? That was the 309. Timio Merafina. It's an RM Concept livery on that EOS chassis. So under Morgan Riche's team, RM Concept. But we are getting towards the end of this race. This time around it will be last lap. So Lars Lambers out of the final corner will take us on to lap 12 of the race itself. And the gap between him and Vince van der Halle, his teammate from Bouvin Power, nearly the best, well, it's nearly a second. Scott Marsh a further 2.5 seconds adrift, but he's being caught by Macaulay Bishop. The gap between them is about 0.4 of a second. But Lars Lambers doing exactly what he needs to do to stay out in front. Keep calm and cool under what is always a very, very high pressure division within the Rotax Racing family. Last lap board is now being prepared. And as he comes out of the final corner, Lars Lambers will see it first. 1 lap to go. Oh, no, it's the checkered. It's the checkered, so there we go. Checkered is out. Lars Lambers wins the race. Ahead of Vince van der Halle, Scott Marsh, Macaulay Bishop, Ryan Gandor round out your top 5. Boris Maximov, Thijs van Wijk, Tom Lenoir, Sverre Ubben and Flynn Fitters round out your top 10. Tino Sidler finishes 11th. Ahead of Len Nyes, Theo Giluto, Bodine Blankenberg, Mehdi Laswid and Manolo Sendar. Hardest charger was the number 328, up from 33rd on the start to finish 16th. Arav Dewan, Joniele Bremer, Charlie Cox and Raymer van Beek round out your top 20. Priam Lalang made up 8 places to finish 21st, ahead of Hugo Grasto, Rein van der Meer, Conor Large, Titouan Rocher, Kenneth van Monkerke, Koen Willems, Jules de Hoek, Lendreurs, Timeo Mirafina, and Demir Ozgultekin rounding out the 31 finishers. Charlie Smith, unfortunately, retiring with 7 laps to go, with Gabriel Svitala and Lola Javet a non-starter, respectively. So that concludes that race. Next up, DD2 and DD2 Masters, heat number 1, as we leave you with the highlights for now. So we're very shortly going to be getting underway with the last of the first batch of 3 sets of heats. Very good afternoon. Who's just spoken on Facebook? Tom Friggeraway. Tom, good to hear from you. Tom was part of the team here at the B&L for a number of years, now residing in Spain, I believe. So I hope you're keeping safe down there, my friend. Good to hear from you. But 3 exciting races so far. We've got this, plus another 8 to go here. And a big thank you to the team at WFR Live TV, who are once again providing the live streaming coverage all the way through the 2026 season. And we get started at Racing Karting JPR in Ostricourt on March 21st and 22nd. Lovely part of the world. And it's actually quite easy to access via Brussels Zandvoorten, which is where I've normally gone to fly to in order to get there. Frederick Zebis, I've heard that you've gone to GT3 with a good friend, Mr. Nicolas Guillaume, this weekend. I hope you guys are keeping safe there at the Gedlich Winter Series in Valencia that has been affected by the heavy rain in there as well. So that's an interesting YouTube handle, at JL Food. Right, so let's take you through your starting order for qualifying Heat 1, DD2 and DD2 Masters. So Wout Kirstens, who took overall pole position, will start on the front row on pole. He'll have Germany's Jan Eckstein alongside him for close company in the 407. William Norbeek and Hugo Dupont round out row 2. Jordi Klibbel and Bennett Demler will be row 3. Jort van Wijk, who moves up to DD2 this year, will be joined by Frederik Jules Sorensen from Denmark. Theo Lemoyne will be joined on the next row by Ralf van der Pavert. Jim Ringelberg starts from DD2 Masters pole position, and he'll have Francis Noah Hip alongside. Last year's B&L Karting Series DD2 Masters champion Christophe Capitan will be joined by Ben Kaminski on the row that he's on. The returning Christoph Adams is back in the saddle once again. That man never gives up, and he always... that is Guillaume typing. Zevis is here. Yeah, I heard about that, Frederick. So it's not just you guys, but also what's happening at Lucas Guerrero at the kart circuit as well. Christoph Adams, Roman Jaeger, Mohamed Benamor from Tunisia, and Wilfried Marafina rounding out the grid. Marcel Schirmer, non-shower on that one. Yeah, wind and heavy rain, I understand. So Nico, uno mas is all I'm saying to you, my friend. And hopefully you got that race sticker on your helmet if you're going to be racing GT4s this year. Because your good lady Leanne messaged me on Instagram when I saw that you were taking to the track in a GT4 machine. Nico Guillaume, multiple time. He's a Belgian national champion in karting, represented the Red Devils at the Grand Finals for many a year. So, 2-speed, gearbox action, ready to get going. Of course, it is the class that was brought in by Rotax. None of the chassis providers really believed in it. Then Rotax went on a limb, developed their own chassis called the RM1, put it to use at the Grand Finals, and then everyone followed suit. And that's why it's a very, very popular division. Let's see how it goes as we go. Revs up, lights on, lights are out. We're green here in Heat 1, and it's side by side between the two leaders. William Norbeek trying to dive to the inside of Wout Kirstens, but he's going to get through on Jan Eckstein. Eckstein through at turn 2. Will he get the run through at 3? No, he won't. And straight away, there's Hugo Dupont in the Sony kart right on his rear bumper in the 407 FM racing machine. There's Jordi Klibbel, the son of Carl Klibbel, multi-time BMs. Oh! Well, there you go. That was a good move by Hugo Dupont through on Jan Eckstein, who's dropped from 2nd to 4th. There isn't any wind, to be honest. Well, I think it's force majeure is probably the term I would be looking for, because it's the district of Valencia that have decided to make that decision. So don't start talking about it here on the live stream. Only you'll distract me, Nico. I'll just blame you. Right. Lap 1 in the books. William Norbeek closing in. 10th and a half behind Wout Kirstens. William Norbeek running with man who ran in Super Formula A and Formula A in the late 90s, early 2000s under German nationality. But still proud to rep the Danish flag. Robert Schlunsen, who still has his Birol art from the 1998 CIK FIA European Championship season. I still remember watching the race on YouTube about that Birol art being piloted by said individual. Jort van Wijk gets the his first warning flag in probably what was his first race at a DD2. It's like, yep, calm it. So, and Robert still isn't adverse to getting behind the wheel of a car, especially with the... there's been recent news that the RMC Viking Trophy will be taking place in its first inaugural running at the Vojens Motorsport Arena, one of Denmark's longest-serving kart circuits, over 60 years of history. And that is going to be the first weekend of April, 1st to the 5th of April this year. And there'll be, from what I understand, in all classes, a ticket to the winner of the event for the International Trophy at Le Mans this year. However, meantime, Jan Eckstein has got back past Hugo Dupont in the number 422 Sodi kart. And that is the battle for P3. Jim Ringelberg has moved up the order to 10th position, but he's got Christophe Capitan a little bit far behind him. Capitan is 1.1 seconds behind the man from the Netherlands. Jim Ringelberg, who who's a good friend. He's done direct drive in seniors. He did that once at for one round of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship. Of course, that in some respects there's been a few changes. MP Motorsport have now taken over the organisation in terms of ownership, but now the United Kart Series makes its debut in 2026. The first round will be here in 3 weeks' time, opening weekend of March, the first of 7 rounds. Dupont again through on Eckstein, and here comes Jordi Kleber in the 417. Dupont now decides to defend against Eckstein, and Kleber just waiting, biding his time to get through. And there goes the move. Kleber through, and Eckstein down into 5th position. We still have just over half of this race left to run here in DD2, and DD2 Masters will then rotate around again. So just coming up to the halfway mark now. Wout Kirsten still about half a second ahead of William Norbeek. Oh, drama's there. 4.54. Mohamed Ben Amour. I had the pleasure of catching up with him and his dad briefly yesterday. William Norbeek now fastest lap of the race, 54.475. Norbeek isn't adverse to being a quick peddler behind the wheel. So, at the moment, well, looks like Christophe Capitan, Jim Ringelberg are making moves up the order. Jim Ringelberg now 9th. Christophe Capitan now P10. As there is Frederik Juhl Sorensen, head of Noah Hip. And then also Jort van Wijk, who's now moved to SP Motorsport. Wout Kirsten's now with the fastest lap of the race, and he's 0.7 of a second ahead of William Norbeek. Fastest lap of the race so far, 54.455. As Noah Hipp really trying to do what he can to get through on Jules Sorensen in front. Van Wijk just waiting in the wings to see what might happen. The time is fast counting down. So as the race proceeds to its inevitable conclusion, well, Hugo Dupont in third place, who is now nearly 1.4 seconds behind William Norbeek, just pumps in the fastest lap of the race. 54.320. Noah Hipp still trying to put the pressure on Frederik Jules Sorensen in the RS competition machine. And it's a case of Jules Sorensen parks the cart exactly where he needs to. Noah Hipp trying to get through wherever he can. If there's an opening, French driver will take it. Now, I was wondering who Jules Sorensen was. Okay, just signaled to Noah Hipp saying, right, okay, go through. So there's always that opportunity where one driver will say, okay, after you, and then that driver who's in front of them will help pull them along. So it's an indirect diversionary tactic. So effectively, it means that Noah Hipp can go, right, who's next? Jan Eckstein, I want to get past him. And Jules Sorensen will go, okay, I've got a little bit of a slipstream here. And you can understand it. You can understand that drivers will be tactical about the way they drive around the circuits. As Eckstein pulls up the radiator flap on his kart, Noah Hipp drops his to around about a 20-degree angle. Jort Van Wijk, however, trying to close in on Frederik Jules Sorensen. But at this point, with just over 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. And greetings to the man that secured the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge DD2 Grand Finals Championship itself, Zem Knopfjers. Welcome to the show. And no, Mr. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is not here this weekend. But Zem, are you enjoying yourself at Yas Marina if you're there? If so, give Bodette a nudge, will you? Right, coming up to the last, just under a minute to go. And the two leaders line astern. We are going to have 2 laps remaining. And here, there was nearly a look from William Norbeek to get through. And more to the point, 30 seconds on the timer. The leader's down the Europelan for what will be more than likely so we are coming close to time. I was just going to say that when I was glad that Wout Kirstens' rear bumper, when he turns a particular direction, if you look on the right side of the rear bumper, if he goes a certain corner, looks like the bumper starts to shift and nearly scrape. But it is going to be final lap this time. Gap is 2.5 tenths. Norbeek just within striking distance, but look at Hugo Dupont just behind. He's closing in, but I think it's going to be too little too late for the driver from France. And Noah Hipp has just received a black and white warning flag from race control. However, out of the final corner, Lights out to checkered flag. It will be Wout Kirstens that wins Heat 1 ahead of William Norbeek and Hugo Dupont rounding out your top three, covered by just over 9/10 of a second. Jordi Kleber, Noah Hip round out the top 5. Jan Eckstein in 6th. Jort van Wijk, Frederik Jules Sorensen, Christophe Capitan, the defending B&L Karting Series DD2 Masters champion, takes 9th ahead of Jim Ringelberg. Theo Lemoine, Bennett Demler, Ben Kaminski, Christoph Adams, Roman Jäger, Mohamed Ben Amour, Wilfried Merafina, and unfortunately with 5 laps remaining, Ralf van der Pavet having to retire the 468 from SP Motorsport, with Marcel Schirmer, I understand, being a non-starter. But Kirstens and Capitan win in DD2 and DD2 Masters respectively.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
One and two. Oh, one's gone straight on. Oh, that was a big old off. Kind of driving that these. Oh no, and we've had an incident. Is he going to pull it off? He's going to go for the switchback. He's going to give it a try to the line. It's going to be Schlegel. Schlegel by a length. So we now head trackside once again as we have completed the first round of heats. So we're going on to the middle part of Heats Day here at the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium for continuing live coverage of the 2026 Champions Winter Trophy. So results have been confirmed for Heat 1, and it was a top 3 with regards to the nationalities in the top 3. Eddie Duncan winning after 8 laps by just under 6.5 tenths of a second from Strawberry Racing teammate Sebastian Behrmann, who led up until turn 6 on the 8th and final lap. Dan Holland Racing's Jackson Hilton rounded out the top 3 ahead of Day and Habits, the winning mini rookie driver, who will start again from the outside of the front row from Denmark, Kian Hay for KR Sport. Some penalties were given out. 2 drivers given a 3-second time penalty for leaving the tram lines with either 1 or 2 wheels. That was the 163 of Dan Holland Racing's Omer Mesudiyeli from Turkey, and also for Rian Townsend in the 110. 3 drivers picked up front fairing penalties, and that were the numbers 99 of Arthur Bowers, Louis Letowers in the 156, and Lenny Barton in the 47. As there is Sebastian Behrmann in the cart, sitting in the cart, visor open at the moment for the 137 for Strawberry Racing. So coming up very shortly to when the signal will be given to the mechanics to clear the dummy grid. Conrad Doyle's walking in circles around his mechanic and also the cart. So obviously something's happening there. As Kian Hay trying to use his cart as a climbing frame at the moment. He's not on an adventure playground, but there is a playground in front of him very shortly, which is the 1,360 metre circuit here at the home of champions. And a big thank you to the north of 200 plus viewers on the YouTube channel and a few others watching along on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are watching along and you are cheering on some drivers as we get a couple of waves from some of the mechanics as they walk off of the dummy grid. There's a face I recognise, Tom Bracken. There we go. Another driver that has claimed to be an L Karting Series title in years past. Lots of activity, a lot of people that work so hard behind the scenes, including these people walking through shots, helping the drivers to get the best out of their karts, irrespective of the weather conditions that might be thrown at them. Still very abrasively cold out there in the meantime. And we are still in single digits, 2 degrees centigrade at the moment here. So just under 60 seconds to go before the drivers get shown the green flag and are released from the dummy grid. And some opting with the clear visors, some going either with tinted or iridium. Green flag shows at the end of the dummy grid. The green flag flashes away on the digi flag just over the start-finish line itself as the field makes its way onto the circuit ahead of 2 formation laps. Let's take you through the starting grid here for Heat 2, Mini and Mini Rookie. Sebastian Behrmann will start on pole position. Oh, right, moment there for... Oh, right, what's happened? There's been a few spins. 109, 106. Can't have gotten caught out, so to speak. So Sebastian Behrmann and Cian Hayes starts on the front row of the grid, so it's a Mini and Mini Rookie front row. Jackson Hilton and Dean Habits, row 2. Eddie Duncan, Julius Cabal, row 3. Row 4, Conrad Doyle and James Roots. Completing the top 10, Tristan Abeels and August Likibo-Lingzo. Julian Janssen and Ivan Yanisevich. Maria Roberto and Zain Sofoglu. Milo de Karlsmaker and Ryan Townsend. Malte Holm and Jonathan Falcon Ottoson. Lenny Barton and Adam Dion Asp. Arlo Gambo and Louis Litauers. Chloe Sorensen and Sofus Billy Jakobsen. Arthur Bowers and Amizio Zani. Omer Mesudieli, Benjamin Slyvar. Then we've got Evert van Middeldorp. Kan Aras Agun, Arno Hardstra, Ben Falker, Harris Barber and Tim Hansler. That should be your completed grid. So 34 starting. 34 made it out of the dummy grid. So hopefully we should be underway and under starters orders very, very soon. The red lights ignite on the starting gantry once again. But let's not forget, Sebastian Behrmann in the first heat led every single lap until halfway through the last one. So both Behrmann and Hay side by side coming down from turn number 9 in towards turn 10 off at Cafe Corner just off of the grandstand by the a la carte brasserie. So Eddie Duncan took the first win in Heat Stay today. Drivers being instructed by race director Manuel Branco to slow down, get in formation. They cannot overtake past the line of no return, which is the red line just before the entry to the pit lane. Otherwise, that is a post-race penalty coming their way. So, slowing to a crawl. Out of the final corner. Revs up, lights on. And Heat 2 is underway. Dean Habits trying to go round to the outside. Jackson Hilton was looking to the inside of our pole sitter Sebastian Behrmann through into turn number 1. And Dean Habits has sprung to the race lead. Blocks Behrmann, who's unable to get through. Here's Cian Hay. Julien Cabal on Cian Hay. Oh, has to get out of Dodge Town very, very quickly. Bumps over the exit curbs coming out of turn 5. But Dean Habits has got through on Sebastian Behrmann. And now at this point is leading the way. Jackson Hilton up to third position as they come down into turn 11. Turn 10 for the first time. So first minute completed. Now it will be first lap completed as August Likibo-Lingzo gets a warning flag from race control. Dean Habits leads by 4 tenths after the opening lap. Sebastian Behrmann in second. Jackson Hilton up to P3. And there's a move by James Roots. Oh, contact between Tristan Abeels and Julius Cabal. Grabo got slightly broadsided coming out of the first corner. Then all of a sudden, well, Tristan Abeels had really nowhere to go on that front, I'm afraid. But it is what it is. These things do happen. And more dramas for Cabal at turn 5. Oh, dearie me. The first couple of laps for the German have gone from okay to absolutely disastrous within a matter of 2 minutes. Meantime, DN Habits trying to open up a little bit of a lead as we will complete lap number 2. DN Habits leads from Sebastian Behrman. Jackson Hilton rounds out the top 3 in the 127 DHR entry. And James Roots dives to the inside of Conrad Doyle. That is 4th for the Dan Holland Racing driver. And here comes Eddie Duncan. The 157 looking to get through at turn 4, that point. And unfortunately, Conrad Doyle was making the back end of the Cosmic chassis from KR Sport as wide as humanly possible. So good move just a moment ago by James Roots. Up to P4, 4.25 minutes plus an additional lap remain in this second from third heats for the Mini-Max and the Mini-Rookie division. As some switchback attempts, August Lingzor on Eddie Duncan. They've got Julian Janssen just behind them. And Duncan looked to his right. Lingzor looked to, well, moved to the left. And left a big wide gap there. DN Habits in the 131, who's leading the way by nearly by 3/4 of a second. Fastest lap of the race by the Belgian. 1 minute, 0.166. And another driver who's been making some moves up the order. Just gone purple in the opening sector. Good to see on fine form, Maria Roberto. The young lady driver from KR Sport. Making a trip back to Europe. Oh, nearly a clash of sidewalls between Eddie Duncan and August Lingzor. They have got Julian Janssen from SP Motorsport right behind them on the Kart Republic chassis. Duncan defends through the final corner. Lingzor might get the run, bumps over the curbing coming out of the final turn. Duncan squeezes him to the inside of the circuit. And now Maria Roberto is going to make it a quartet here. Battling over 6th position. Roberto very much poised to take any advantage of whatever the drivers get up to in front of her. And Roberto's just put in the fastest lap of the race. And there goes Lingzor up the inside of Duncan. And we've got dramas. That is coming out of the final corner. And, that is kart 50. Kan Aras Agun. And has taken off the right glove. Eddie Duncan's just got a black and white warning flag from race control. So, Kan Aras Agun is out of the race, I'm afraid, in the number 50. Hopefully his hand is not that badly hurt as a result of that. So DN Habits continues to lead his lead over Sebastian Behrman now. Just a shade over 1 second. And the 157 gets a black and white warning flag, Eddie Duncan. And that is the 47. Lenny Barton is coming into pit lane. So the Brit also another one that will now retire. That might have been maybe for the relating to the incident that we just saw the tail end of. Meantime, Eddie Duncan is battling away. Roberto is moving up the order. So is Julian Janssen, because now there's another kart behind. That's Ryan Townsend in the sister Cosmic kart to Maria Roberto. As we've got here, Conrad Doyle versus James Roots. 4th place on the table here for these two drivers as we come across the line. 2 laps remaining. August Lingzor, new fastest lap. First driver to go under 60 seconds. 59.873 for the young Danish driver. DN Habits in the meantime is extending his lead, the lead to the best part of just around about a second and a half between himself and also Sebastian Behrman. So the timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1. Last lap board is being shown. Dean Habits leading the way. And it's by 1.6 seconds. Sebastian Behrman in P2. Jackson Hilton, James Roots, Conrad Doyle, August Liquibolinzo. Another new fastest lap. 59.670 for the Dane. Eddie Duncan, Rhian Townsend and Maria Roberto round out your top 9, with Tristan Abiels from Belgium completing the top 10. There's Roots trying to chase down Jackson Hilton. So it'll be another solid. So we've got a yellow flag. Well, we've got a flashing green flag at Marshall Post 5. Meantime, it is going to be the driver from Dams Racing, number 131, Dean Habits, that will win Heat 2 here in Mini Rookie, and wins it by 1.675 seconds. Jackson Hilton, James Roots, Conrad Doyle, they round out your top 5. August Liquibolinzo, Eddie Duncan, Ryan Townsend, Maria Roberto, and Tristan Abiels round out your top 10. Kian Hay will take a second successive win in the Mini Rookie category, finishing 11th overall, ahead of Jonathan Falcon Otterson, Barbara Harris, Mila de Kousmaker, Malte Holm, Louis Letauras, Tim Hansler, Amizi Ozani, Adam Dion ASP, who takes second in Mini Rookie this time. Arlo Gamble rounds out the top 3, rounding out your top 20 overall. Zain Sofoglu, Ivan Yanakievich, Ben Falker, Benjamin Slivar, Julius Krabau round out your top 25. Arthur Bowers, Sobi Billy Jakobsen, Chloe Sorensen, Evert van Middeldorp, Arno Hardstra, and Omer Mesudieli round out the finishers. Whereas we had Julian Janssen out with 2 laps to go, Lenny Barton out with 4 laps, and Kan Alagus Argun finishing out the running order in 34th. And that's it for the halfway point of Mini and Mini Rookie, as we leave you with the headline, the highlights. Next up, we Heat 2, A versus C for Junior Road Tax. So back to track side we go, and it is time for our halfway point of the Junior Max competition for Heats Day. Shout out to Alex Johns going, come on Tobias Johns 284 for the Zip Kart Factory team, of course. Zip Kart known and linked to the late great Martin Hines, who had developed so many young talents during his time on this earth and also in this world of karting. Looking back at Heat 1, well, it was Erin Unlodogan, the youngster from Turkey for Dan Holland Racing, the one after 9 laps, Heat number 1, by nearly 3 3/4 seconds ahead of Kai Clark, Jensen Chalk rounding out the top 3. Kraftmuller Schwartz, Julian Dummer, Sebastian Clark from KR Sport representing the UK, Lieke van Berkel, Harry Taylor, Albert Friend, Philip Hansler, and Lourenço Villau from Portugal that rounded out the top 10. Several drivers picked up penalties, and well, the first one, we did have a black flag, which was for the 235 of Dan Holland Racing's young Swiss driver, that is Cosmin Pascu, had a black flag. Several drivers did pick up 5-second time penalties for bumpers being in. Those were Tygo Holthausen, Ludwig Hansson, Daniel Hakkinen, Kieran Stewart, and Didi Dedale. We had 2 drivers that actually overtook after the red line, Devin Yater and Didi Dedale, so that upped Didi Dedale's penalties to a total combined of 10 seconds. Ludwig Hansson, the 296, also was given a total of 10-second worth of penalties because of causing a collision. And good to hear from Charlotte Goodson, wishing Alex Goodson, who actually tagged me in an Instagram reel a little bit earlier on, good luck from home in the UK. Thank you very much, Charlotte. I'm sure that Alex will appreciate that. So we are T-minus 45 seconds from our next race, and there's the driver that took overall fastest lap in qualifying, Cian Bernard for Sam Pollitt Racing. It was going to be close, but it ended up being in the hands of the 282 from the United Kingdom for Sam Pollitt Racing, so a good job by him to take pole position out of effectively 47 drivers here this weekend. Wind is starting to pick up slightly, but not significantly enough to the point where it could be very, very difficult if the drivers were going into a headwind. Green flag shows at the end of the dummy grid. And also the green light flashes on the Digi flag. The drivers now head out onto the circuit for their second heat. Now this will be qualifying heat A versus C. So by the end of this race, Group C will have completed their 2 respective heats and would have to wait until the end of heat number 3, A versus B, which will take place, barring any stoppages or delays, at about 10 to 4 this afternoon. Cian Bernard starts on pole position. Kai Clark will be alongside him on the front row. Lionel Munguia and Gillian Dummer, row 2. Alex Goodson and Lieke van Berkel round out your top 3 rows. Olivier Mazurkiewicz and Sebastian Clark, row 4, with Luan Seidel and Albert Friend rounding out the top 10. After that, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Didi Dedale, Kimi Mai, Lourenço Villau, Finley Lines, William Ronfeldt, Max Bogstal, Daniel Hakkinen, Yanis Kohaj, Sven van Melk, Matthias Verdaken, Philip Hansler, Brake Dion, Tobias Johns for the Zip Kart team, Leon Herbos, Sasha Al-Jabrail, Riley Morrow, Anton Christensen, Augustine Anik, Leonard Custer, and Odysseys Hall rounding out your grid. Now, I'm wondering if that is a noisy exhaust I'm hearing off of a Rotax engine. Or unless the motocross track over the road has started. I really don't know, but I did hear a noisy exhaust of some kind. It sounded like a kart to me. But it's whether... Yeah, there's someone with a noisy exhaust out there, I think. Not sure who it is. Drivers being asked to bunch up. Oh, it's the 210 that's pulling into the pits. Oh, no, not for the Portuguese driver. Lourenço Villau is not going to get going, I'm afraid. So, here we go for Heat 2. Revs up, lights on. Full start called. Full start called. Around for another tour they go. So we are not under green flag conditions for this one. So another formation lap for the drivers. I was waiting to see how long the run would be. As I've explained in previous broadcasts before, I've had it where the only class, bless them, the only class that got every single start on point was DD2 and DD2 Masters. I can't remember when it was, where it was. I think it might have been here. Yeah, it was here. I think for one complete day, every single class couldn't get through the first start properly. And DD2 and DD2 Masters were just so well behaved. I sound like a school teacher saying that, don't I? Right. Moving on. Nearly 300 of you watching on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, if you are watching and you do want to put a comment in the chat, make sure you do subscribe to the channel. Also, whilst you're at it, hit the notification bell, hit the like button, and why not share it? Or even if you're on Facebook, you could even share the stream. It's also on there too. Right, second time of asking. Let's give it another try, shall we? Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are out. Here we go. And this time, oh, there's been an absolute chain reaction of events. What? Someone has just held on big time. I think it might have been the 281 of Findlay Lines, possibly. I'm not sure. But they went through turn 1, and someone spun it 360. So someone was very, very lucky indeed. But it's Kean Bernard that leads the way, followed by Kai Clark. Now, who is up into third position? Lieke van Berkel up to P3. In the 285. But, the first corner seemed to be a bit of a worry for a couple of drivers. As there we see the top 3 lying astern. Kai Clark versus Lieke van Berkel behind, and Kean Bernard up front. Oh, Alex Goodson and Albert Friend. Not great. And we've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 2. There's Albert Friend. And, that's heading into turn 1. Right. Okay, we've got a medical team member on their way to assist. I hope Albie's all right, because he looks like he might be in some discomfort. So that could be the reason why we had that incident at turn 1, and Albert might have been the driver that might have been pushed to one side. So that's quite a way off the track, which is a good thing, but there might still... Yeah, so yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. No driver can overtake at Marshall Post 1. So medical team member making their way to Albert Friend as we speak. Meantime, Lieke van Berkel put in the fastest lap of the race, a 58.116. She is right with Kai Clark and Kian Bernard at this moment. So this is going to be rather telling on how the race will develop. Now, remember what I said about a certain driver that was keeping two very, very honest earlier on today. Well, that driver, and here goes, change for the race lead. Kian Bernard loses out to Kai Clark. And at this point, well, Lieke van Berkel tried to get through. And Kai Clark sets the fastest lap of the race itself. So a good turn of speed there from the Strawberry Racing driver. There is Albert Friend walking away under his own power. That's always good to see when a driver's had a little bit of an altercation with somebody else out on the circuit. It's always good to see when they recover. So at the minute, well, Kian... Oh, that was close between Bernard and Clark. And here we go, off of the Europelan. Kai Clark loses not just first, now loses second. Bernard gets through back to the race lead. Van Berkel is there too. 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap remaining. And Lieke van Berkel, who started in effectively 6th position, now up 4 spots. Riley Murrow, hardest charger so far, up from 27th, now runs a genuine 15th. As now the battle for the race lead continues in earnest. Van Berkel to the inside of Bernard and gets through. And Bernard keeps Kai Clark out of sight and out of mind, so to speak. Covers off the 2.76 from Strawberry Racing. Finley Lines, new fastest lap as Kai Clark just aggressively points towards Lieke van Berkel, saying to Kian Bernard, come on, man, get on with it. And that's where sometimes you have to sort of, that's heat of the moment kind of stuff. Like, the adrenaline is absolutely rocketing through everyone's bloodstreams out on the circuit, let alone mine here in the commentary box. William Ronfeldt, another dangerous stain as well. Up 8 places from 16th, now runs 8th. Is going to go purple across the board, I think. Finley Lines did have a 57.1. William Ronfeldt, new fastest lap of the race, 56.725. And you know what I said about a certain driver that made some people very, very honest? On cue, there is Julian Dummer from Germany. And now the top 4, covered by about a second. Van Berkel leads the way. I still remember when she made the move from Mini Rookie to Mini mid-season. I think it was a couple of years ago. And it was actually quite an inspired choice. And now she is leading the race, and can she expand that gap? It's nearly half a second as we've got 2 tours to go here in Junior Max qualifying Heat 2, A versus C. Van Berkel leads after 7 laps. Gap to Kai Clark is half a second, and a nearly further half second to Kian Bernard, who is being followed by Kraft Motorsport's Julian Dummer. Finn Albert Jorgensen has moved up the order. And as I say that, Lieke van Berkel, fastest lap of the race, 56.631. So Finley Lines and Finn Albert Jorgensen running under the same team, I imagine, at KR Sports. So they will be working together to try and reel in those in front. But we have hit 0 on the timer. Next time around, it will be 1.36 kilometres of racing to go. Last lap officially underway. There's Kian Bernard, our pole sitter from time qualifying, still holding on to that third position. But Van Berkel will be very, very relieved to see the checkered flag very shortly. It's been a while since she's had some really good success out on the track, but it is going to be the case. The 285. Lieke Van Berkel wins Heat 2 for SP Motorsport. Kai Clark takes second, ahead of Kian Bernard. Julian Dummer, another second successive fourth place finish. Ahead of Finley Lines, up 10 spots from 15th on the grid. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Finn Albert Jorgensen, William Ronfeldt, Luan Seidel and Tren van Malik round out your top 10. Dini Dodala, Sebastian Clark, Matthias Verreken, Riley Morrow up 13 spots to 14th at the end of it. Philip Hansler, Yannis Courage, Kimi Mai, Daniel Hakkinen, Max Bogsal and Leonard Köster round at your top 20. Leon Herbos, Brake Dion, Tobias Johns, Anton Christensen, Augustin Hanik, Sasha Aldebrail, Lorenko Villau and Odyssey's Hole rounding out your 28 that finished the race. Lionel Munguia didn't even make it past the timing beam for sector number 1, but Lieke Van Berkel takes the win in Heat 2 for Julia Rotax. And coming up in a few minutes' time, we'll be going back to seniors as we will have their second heat of the event coming up shortly.
Yeah, say so. 30 seconds.
30.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
So the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It is time for Senior Rotax. Heat 2, qualifying heat for Groups A versus C. Max Sidursky will start on pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Canada's Ryan Gandor. Bran van der Weyken and Conor Lange round out row 2. Boris Verhagen, Thijs van Wijk round out row 3. Bastian Misnil and Mehdi Leswed ran out the next row ahead of Julian Klosman and Theo Giluto, who ran out your top 10. Austin Lee, Flynn Fitters, Luca Thiel, Sverre Ubben, Tino Potier, Gabriel Svitala, Rory Armstrong, Hugo Castor, Bo Algeris, Rein van der Meer, Vic van Kampenhout, Jon Jelle Bremer, Augustin Selik, Arav Dewan, Emma Ulas Agbag, Koen Willems, Matej Konik, Len Druers, Alexander Holman, Charlie Cox, Philip Wisniewski, looks like Lola Jabate, once again non-starter. Batis Mouchardiao and Demir Ozgultekin completing the rear of the field. Red lights once again are on the starting gantry ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. Yellow flags waving at Marshall post number 7. No driver can overtake past the red line of no return. Otherwise that will be an automatic 5-second time penalty added to their total race time out on circuit. So Heat 2, Senior Rotax, A versus C. Now crawl in towards the tram lines. The revs are rising. Lights are out. We're green and racing. And a good start here. Ryan Gandor. That was a bit of a cheeky sidestep, so to speak. He tried to get through, but he's getting caught up in the melee. Bit of a concertina effect involving maybe a Tony cut of some description. Might have been the 390 of Bran van der Weyken. Is everyone trying to go 2 wide, 3 wide out of turn 5? Oh, heavens to Betsy. And now, oh no, Ryan Gandor might have got a little bit of a slight assist, as in the slightest touch on the right rear that might just made the 304 Cosmic Chassis from KR Sport go a little bit skittish on the rear end. Meantime, Max Sidursky, along with Bastien Mesnil for Dams Racing, who's managed to move up into second position after the opening lap. Gandor trying to defend from Sverre Ubben. There's Austin Lee in the 377, affectionately known as Bruce to his friends, and that does have it on the back of his skid lid. But always a very, very hard charger. I remember first meeting that young man when he won the title in Rotax Germany as a junior with Kartschmi. But, oh no, Filip Wisniewski out of the race early doors for the 307. Oh, and Boris Verhager's hit trouble big time in this one. The 303 tumbles 27 places from 5th on the starting grid. And Sverre Ubben definitely not averse to getting his elbows out. I think got through on Mehdi Lessued on the Sodi kart in the 326. He's just tumbled to 8th position. And the 326 gets a black and white flag from race control. And at the moment, Bastien Misnil, 4 Dams Racing, trying to close in on the 397 from the Netherlands. Max Siderski for SP Motorsports. And Connor Large, who started on the outside of row number 2, is all the way down and around 15th position. Meantime, at the front end of the field, Siderski and Misnil battling away for top honours. But at the moment, it is in the hands, quite clearly, of Max Siderski at this time. Bran van der Weyken, who's currently P3, has just wound up the volume to number 11, in the words of Spinal Tap, with a 54.918. He's closed that gap to about 1.8 seconds. He's just come through the back of shot there. But Siderski still holding on to that race lead ahead of Bastien Misnil. They come through into the final right-hander here at turn number 11. And Siderski covers off Misnil. Out of the final corner, across the line they go once again. And that is going to be 4 laps in the books. Good to see Patrick Verbist. Goedemiddag, meneer. Always cheering on Bran van der Weyken, who is currently still sitting in 3rd position, has put in the new fastest lap of the race. A 54.648 on that occasion. As we fast approach the halfway point of this race. And after this one, it will be down to Group C, like we saw with the juniors. They're going to be biting their fingernails to the quick and wait for something to happen in the next heat, and that will be the penultimate heat of Heat Stay here for the Champions Winter Trophy for 2026. And Austin Lee in 5th position, now new fastest lap of the race. 54.646. Just noticed that Gabriel Svitala has dropped a couple of places and is just over a 10th in front of County Downs man from Ireland, from Northern Ireland, Rory Armstrong. But this is going to be a fairly decent battle up front, I would have to be honest. Bran van der Weyken is closing that time. It's just over a fraction over a second. 1.025. So some of the hard chargers in this race. Baptiste Michardier up from 33rd, now runs 23rd, up 10 spots for the French racer. are still at the front end of the field. This is a mesmerising battle to watch. Messrs Mesnil and Swiderski. The former in second, the latter in the lead. But I still think there's an opportunity within the next 3¼ minutes that Bastian Mesnil will get through. Bran van der Weyken, new fastest lap of the race. So that was a high 58.4 on the previous lap time by the driver in the 390. Once again, here in the Rotax Racing family, we do sometimes see that there are these pockets, these bubbles, where you'll have 2 to 3, maybe 4 drivers competing over the same prize, and it never works out well for anybody. It might do for one person, but for everyone in general, really. So coming up to the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap. And Swiderski trying to emulate what so they've obviously had, but nevertheless it is so difficult for some people in particular, but more to the point that Maria Roberto is not just she's not just here to make up the numbers. I'm afraid she's not some kind of mascot or anything with the sports team. So coming down to the final few moments of this race. These drivers will be so in these sports these days is built on brand trustness, and so Bastian Mesnil is the latest to get a black and white warning flag from race control. We've got 30 seconds on the timer. This could be make or break. But Austin Lee has just got his way through on Bran van der Weyken quite easily. It was through off the European back straight, which is parked pretty much. The timer has hit 0. But more to the point, it is a case of when we see one driver move to the front, and normally he gets the wind underneath his yeah, so it's basically like he's just trying to do everything he can. Cross every T, dot every I, leave no stone unturned. He said to me earlier, well, yeah, went pretty well at breakfast, feeling good. And then you go out and do something. But it is going to be the fact that the checkered flag will wave. Max Swiderski wins Heat 2. Bastian Mesnil, Sverre Ubben will round out your top 3. Austin Lee, Bran van der Weyken, Ryan Gandor, Mehdi Leswood, Thijs van Wijk, Julian Kozman, and Teo Giluto round out your top 10. Rory Armstrong makes up 6 places to finish 11th, having started 17th. Ahead of Flynn Fitters, Conor Large, Luca Thiel, Vic Van Kampenhout, Tino Potier, Gabriel Svitala, Hugo Grasto, Bo Alrix and Matej Konik. Konik make up your top 20. Konik made up 7 spots. Augustin Serlik, Baptiste Michardier, Boris Van Haag, Arav Dewan, Charlie Cox, Koen Willems, Rein van der Meer, Ömer Ulas Agbag, so that concludes the second qualifying heat for Senior Rotax. We'll see Senior Rotax with groups A versus B a little bit later on at 10.4 this afternoon. Coming up very shortly will be the last race of our midway point of the heat stay. It's going to be DD2 and DD2 Masters. We head back to DD2 and DD2 Masters to conclude the second phase of heat stay here at the 2026 Champions Winter Trophy. It was Wout Kirstens that took the win by just under 0.3 of a second ahead of William Norbeek, with Hugo Dupont for G-Kart 53 Rounding out the top 3 that were covered by 9/10 of a second after 12 laps of racing in DD2. In Masters, Christophe Capitan took the win ahead of Jim Ringelberg as the pair finished 9th and 10th respectively, with Christoph Adams in the 555 rounding out the top 3 of the division. So the drivers fire up their 125cc Rotax Max Evo engines, and the Surf's Up the Kahuna sign shown by Christoph Adams. Looks like someone's unable to get their kart started in the dummy grid. So hopefully if they can get out in time, then we should be okay. But there is a problem. Oh no, there isn't now. And Mohamed Ben Amour from Tunisia managed to get the kart fired up. So hopefully that'll give the 454 an opportunity to close on in to those in front. But can Wout Kirstens and Christophe Capitan make it 2 for 2? Now they get the formation lap warning board. And Wout Kirstens, who was fastest in time qualifying, and took the win earlier in heat number 1. Can he double up and make it a double delight for the Dutchman? Okay, right. Oh no. We've got a kart stricken, and we've got one coming in. 496 is in. Theo Lemoigne and Ralph van der Pavert for SP Motorsport is stuck halfway down the back straight. Oh, so 2. So a real shame there for Ralph van der Pavert. Could be a technical issue that's caused the SP Motorsport driver, the 468, to stop on the circuit. As he and Theo Lemoigne have come together and there's been contact. It can sometimes happen, unfortunately. But as they say, racing taketh, racing giveth, and racing take away. So red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and we are green, underway for 10 minutes plus an additional lap to the outside. Tries to go Jan Eckstein, he goes straight on, sideways, oh, and into the mud goes the man from Germany. Oh, kind of reminds me of Miska Kaskinen a couple of years ago. Jan Eckstein off and out straight away. So that's another driver that has hit trouble. And the instant frustration was clear to see as soon as he banged the steering wheel. And that is just so unfortunate. But we have got a leader, and his name is William Norbeek. He's basically canted away like a prized racehorse into the distance, And he's ahead of Wout Kirstens after the opening lap by nearly 0.8 of a second. And Kirstens becomes the de facto cork in the red wine bottle at the minute. He's got Frederik Juhl Sorgensen, Jordi Kleber, Hugo Dupont, Jort van Wijk, Noah Hip, and Christophe Capitan right behind and to the inside. Oh, dive and a half there by Jordi Kleber through on Frederik Juhl Sorensen for P3 overall on the road. So a great move by Jordi to get the job done. But now Jort van Wijk is coming under fire from Noah Hip in the 413. They've got Christophe Capitan closing in, who's now gotten through on Bennett Demler to the inside. On Juhl Sorgensen goes Hugo Dupont as now. Oh, it's nearly a Dodgems fest between Jort van Wijk and Noah Hip for position out on track. Absolutely close competition, as it always is in DD2 and DD2 Masters. It might not be the biggest field, but you can bet your bottom dollar there are some great moves in the offing. Fastest lap of the race in the hands of Germany's Bennett Demler. A 55.338 by the 402, who started 6th, now runs 9th. Oh, Van Wijk. I'm not too sure if he got a little bit of a slight touch on the rear bumper by Noah Hip. Christophe Capitan picks his moment. Noah Hip is going to be absolutely furious with that one. He opened the door on that. And through goes on Noah Hip, Bennett Demler. And here is, there's Jim Ringelberg. Jordi Kleber sets the new fastest lap of the race. 55.001 by the man from Belgium. Jort van Wijk down to 7th. Noah Hip down to 9th. But William Norbeek trying to stretch that lead, as the more interesting dynamics of this race are mainly in the midfield. Norbeek, however, is absolutely flying. He's got the fastest lap of the race back in his pocket. Oh, dive and a half there. Beautiful work by Bennett Demler. And that was through on Jort van Wijk. William Norbeek, 54.769. New fastest lap. Jort van Wijk, I think, was caught out very, very unawares there by Bennett Demler. Noah Hip nearly tries to go through at the end of the Europelan. But the 415 trying everything in the playbook, even throwing maybe the kitchen sink at the guy in front, as if to get him out of his way. But it's easier said than done to try and get through. And Noah Hip to the inside. Oh, that was close. And Van Wijk tried to fight back at him. And here comes Jim Ringelberg with the head of steam into turn 1. So Ringelberg now through on Jort van Wijk. And that puts Bennett Demler and Noah Hip just in front of, well, I would say just in front of him, but it's the gap's bigger than you might think. Past the halfway point of this race. And still, this is where you see racing like this, and you get that unpredictability. I get this feeling of unpredictability. So you never know what might happen in the next corner or so. Ringelberg defends from Van Wijk. Meantime, there is the 406 of Frederik Juhl Sorgensen being closed in on. Christophe Capitan, new fastest lap of the race from our 2025 B&L Karting Series DD2 Masters champ, champion, and he's looking to get through on Jonas Sorgensen, but that's not going to be easy when you've got a team like RS Competition run and owned and operated out of the Voyens Motorsport Arena, about an hour away from the global headquarters of Lego, Billund, which is literally 5 minutes drive by hire car to the airport. Norbeck still trying to pull away, gap now 1.3 seconds. Walt Kirsten's currently still in P2. Oh, beautiful move through into turn 1. Christophe Capitan gets through on Fredrik Jorgensen for 5th overall. Just under 3 minutes to go, and we've already lost 3 drivers. Jan Eckstein, who was due to, who started second, Theo Lemoyne and Ralph van der Pavert, unfortunately unable to finish tonight. A little bit of runoff area having to be inadvertently used there by the 402 of Bennett Demler. Hugo Dupont is now starting to respond, currently sitting in 4th place. And Dupont again has gone purple. Not just Sector 1 and also Sector 2. Can he set the fastest lap of the race? Yes, he can. 54.386. We still have about a minute and a quarter, plus an additional lap left to go. As Jim Ringelberger's got through on Bennett Demler, they are swapping positions like it's musical chairs. To me, to you, to me, to you. However, the battle for 3rd place overall still being hotly contested. We are going to be on the cusp. I think it's going to be 2 laps to go this time. And here goes Hugo Dupont up the inside. Through at the final corner. Enough racing room given by Yuri Klebo for the man from France to get the job done, make the move stick. That's exactly what he needed at this point. And Dupont does have a little bit of an opportunity here if he can catch Walt Gerstens in the 466. He's going to give it his best shot. So, timer counting down. 3, 2, 1. First person to see the last lap board is William Norbeek. Second, Wout Kirstens, Hugo Dupont, Yuri Klebo. So, Jan Eckstein out of the race early, but it does not mean that that is going to stop anybody else from competing. The reason why I say that is that one driver made up 2 places from the inside of row number 2, and he is going to be very, very comfortable indeed. So, one more time out of the final corner. And Dupont trying to wrestle second place away. But it is going to be William Norbeck that takes the win. Jordi Clebot, Christophe Capitan, Noah Hip, Frederik Jules Sorensen, Jort van Wijk, Jim Ringelberg, and Ben Kaminsky running at your top 10. Capitan and Ringelberg in the karts that have a 5 starting on their 3-digit number. Then Bennett Demler, Christoph Adams, Roman Benamor, Roman Jäger, and Wilfried Marafina, Jack Eckstein, Theo Lemoine, Ralph Barber, and Marcel Schirmer. That is your finishing order. Schirmer being a non-starter. Well, for now, we'll leave you with the highlights of our second and penultimate heat race on Heats Day for DD2 and DD2 Masters. So after this, we'll have a few infomercials for you, and then we'll be right back ready to go into the last 4 races of Heats Day for the 2026 Champions Winter Trophy as live coverage continues.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
One and two. Oh, one's gone straight on. Oh, that was a big old off. Style of driving that these. Oh no, and we've had an incident. Is he going to pull it off? He's going to go for the switchback. He's going to give it a try to the line. It's going to be Schlegel. Schlegel by a length.
diz? Não, é que eu quando liguei estava em pausa, agora vamos começar, tem que arrancar. Mas para toda a gente?
Well, we have just 4 races here on Heats Day to conclude day 1 of the Champions Winter Trophy edition for 2026. Tomorrow morning we'll get underway with the Super Heats, and then just after the lunch break we will then have the finals, which will decide our winners of this one-off event. And once again, we see the Ring of Roses, a pocket full of poses on the outside of row number 4, thanks to Conrad Doyle. All I can say is there's always ways in which young drivers can entertain themselves.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
So the horn sounds at the end of the dummy grid as we get a little wave to our roving camera, courtesy of Kian Hay, who's shut the visor. Thumbs up from the youngster from Denmark. And Alexander Holman has just popped into YouTube chat. Alex, I know you're here. I know you're racing. Go Kian Hay is the comment on YouTube. Thank you so much for everyone that's already put a message in the chat. So feel free to do so. Join along on the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. Also, we are broadcasting live on Facebook. If you want to know where our respective social media handles are, they are in the description below at B&L Karting Series on Facebook, BNL.Karting Series on Instagram, and BNLKartingSeries.com for when the 2026 season gets underway. And that will be in just 5 weeks' time from, 5 weeks' time from now. And Terry Behrman says, let's go Sebastian Behrman. There we go. Brilliant. Right. The more the merrier. And there is Sebastian, front and centre of the shot on our roving camera. Just behind him is the number 127 of Jackson Hilton, who's also showcased some great prowess here this weekend so far. A lot of great young talent here in the mini rookie divisions. We are T-1, just under 1 minute and counting, before the green flag will wave for the final time for the last of their 3 heats. And that's one of the things that's never amiss at a karting circuit, the amount of colour that we have on the grid, from the green, white and black of RS competition to the white, green and red of Strawberry Racing, the blue, high-vis yellow and white of Dana Holland, and so many others. Green flag shown at the end of the dummy grid as our mini and mini rookie drivers go out for their final heat of today. That's all. Right, that's not the idea that Ben Falca had to do in the dummy grid, do a Travis Pastrana style Gymkhana donut. But here is your grid for the final mini and mini rookie heat of the day. Sebastian Behrman starts from pole position. Kian Hay once again aligns up alongside on the front row in the number 68 KR Sport Cosmic Chassis. Jackson Hilton and Dean Habits for Dan Holland Racing and Dams Racing respectively round out row 2. Eddie Duncan and Julius Grabau, row 3. Conrad Doyle and James Roots, row 4. Tristan Avils and August Likabo Lingzo round out your top 10. Julian Janssen, Ivan Yanisevich, Maria Roberto, Zain Sofoglu, Mirida Kausmaker, Rianne Townsend, Malte Holm, Jonathan Falcon Otterson, Lenny Barton, Adam Dion Asp, Arlo Gamble, Louis Latowers, Chloe Sorensen, Sofus Billy Jakobsen, Arthur Bowers, Amizi Ozani, Omer Mesudieli, then Benjamin Slivar, Evert van Middeldorp, Kan Aras Agun, Arno Hostra, Ben Falke, Harris Barber, and bringing up the rear of the field, Tim Hansler from Germany. So the ranking after heats will decide the grid for the super heat for tomorrow morning. And the super heat for the mini and the mini rookies will kick-start finals day tomorrow at around 10:30 local time here at the home of champions. Sebastian Behrman and Kian Hay alongside each other on the front row as we passed the red line. There it is. They've now crossed it. Anyone overtaking past that point will get a 5-second penalty post-race as everyone gets into position. The red lights are on the starting gantry for the final time for Mini and Mini Rookie today. It's time to go racing one more time. Out of the tram lines, it is a false start. They will go around again. And at this point, it's just about keeping a calm head on cool shoulders. And some drivers, they take... I mean, to be honest with you, yes, drivers do take this kind of stuff seriously. But in the bigger scheme of things, what will happen is that some drivers will think, oh, was it me that caused that? Sometimes that can happen. But it is all about how you get back and reset yourself, refocus, zone in, get those racing horse blinkers on, and concentrate on what you are doing. Don't worry about anybody else. So, second time of asking, can we get the last Mini and Mini Rookie heat underway? Race director Manuel Branco again telling them to slow down. They've got to be evenly spaced between the carts. A little bit of weaving from side to side by Eddie Duncan. Now they get into formation. Here we go. Take 2, heat 3, Mini and Mini Rookie. Revs build, lights are on. And we go and on away and racing. Dean Habits looking to the outside of Kian Hay. This could be very, very close. 3 wide into turn 1. Kian Hay is going to hold on to second position. He dived through on the inside of Jackson Hilton with absolutely no hesitation from the young man from Denmark. Well done there by Kian Hay, but Hilton to the inside through at turn 5. And here comes Eddie Duncan with a head of steam. Down the Europelan to the inside he goes. Kian Hay is going to be demoted down to 4th position overall. Nevertheless, a great start an elbows out kind of defence. Oh, a little bit sideways through into turn 9 by Jackson Hilton. And now Eddie Duncan points forward. Dean Habits is there. And then, oh, well, that was very, very close. He nearly had the 167 with him. And Ivan Yanisevich trying to do what he can. It's side by side for second. Duncan gets through. And here goes Dejan Habits with a big lick of speed. And it's wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments. And it's the crossover. Duncan's back through. Great work by the 157. Countered the switchback. Here goes Habits up the inside through at the turn 5. Onto the Europolan. And Duncan covers off. And to the outside. Who's been brave round there? Oh, that was nearly 2 into 1 that didn't go. And that would have been Yanukiewicz. That could have had dramas in the 167. Dejan Habits, do not start slamming the steering wheel in frustration. Get on with it. Is probably what his mechanic is thinking. Saying, don't slap that steering wheel. Keep both hands on it and do what you're told. There's only so much that a driver can think about at any one time, but they have so much cognitive real estate to work with. And we have a mechanical black flag. That is going to be for Tristan Abeels, and that is game over for the 109, I'm afraid. Tristan Abeels is going to have to park that in the pit lane. We'd have someone off at turn number 1. So Tristan Abeels has had dramas. So the 109 is out of the race. Here we go for a possible move. 111. August Lingbo trying to get through. And that would have been on Dejan Habits. And the Dane trying to go through with a crossover attempt at turn 9. Can't get the job done. And there's Eddie Duncan. Meantime, Sebastian Behrman is 2.2 seconds up the road. And is absolutely flying in clear air. A 17.9 in the middle sector by the 137 from the UK. Lap 3 in the books. Lead gap now expands to 2.35 seconds. So now Eddie Duncan has become the strawberry racing cork in the bottle. James Roots now running P6 in the 132. Takes the fastest lap of the race as here we go, change for second. Dejan Habits through nice and neatly. And here we go. This could be someone's losing 2 places. Lingzo does going through into the chicane off of the Europolan. As, oh, now that is going to be Tristan Abeels, I think, in the pit lane, I'm afraid, in the 109. And Ivan Yanukiewicz still gesticulating at times. Well, look, this is racing. If you can't beat them, join them. Oh, sidewall contact. 127 involved. Jackson Hilton. And I think the other driver might have been Conrad Doyle as Yanukiewicz trying to get through on Ningzo, who jumps over the sausage curbing to the inside. That's the KR Sport Kart. Yeah, that was Ryan Townsend getting through. And here comes Jackson Hilton back again, up the order. And there's Conrad Doyle. Oh no! Yanukiewicz gets it all crossed up and nearly goes into the back of Ryan Townsend. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. So the Croatian driver having a little bit of a faux pas. And that is not exactly what you want at this possible time. 2 minutes to go. And this is where that little bit of desperation can sometimes start to creep in. There's a sense of urgency or there's a sense of desperation. But here goes James Roots up the inside of Eddie Duncan. Oh, and Nicobo Lingzo clattered into the side of Eddie Duncan, who loses a big amount of time. James Roots is absolutely flying up the order. Ryan Townsend for KR Sport, however, has just got through on Eddie Duncan. And that is now 11 places gained by the 110. And James Roots now up into P3. My, how the minis have decided to bring the fire and brimstone to heat number 3. Meantime, Lingso's just been given the black and white warning flag by race control. Trying to go through at the final corner on James Roots, but Roots holds his position. Look at this, they're fanning out 3 wide. Oh, it's like Conrad Doyle, Eddie Duncan, Jackson Hilton all involved in that. And look at this. Dayan Habits is the first one to break under 60 seconds. 59.976. Conrad Doyle through on Jackson Hilton. With a nice sweet overtake. There goes Maria Roberto. And here comes the returning Ivan Yanisiewicz. And then there's another one. There's an RS competition cart there. That could be Jonathan Otterson in the 139, who's gotten a little bit further up the order. And Zayn Safoglu from Turkey in the number 54 is really coming into this as well now. There's the 105, Julian Janssen for SP Motorsport. Kian Hayes in that train. One more lap to go. And Sebastian Behrman leads by nearly 1.2 seconds. Dayan Habits, James Roots, August Lickebo-Lingzo. What a run by Rian Townsend, up 11 spots. But get this, biggest mover, hardest charger in this race, Harris Barber from 33rd is now a genuine 17th. James Roots has just pumped in another new fastest lap of the race. 59.739. And is trying to get away from the Dane behind, who's just gone purple in the opening sector. And there has been dramas, I'm afraid, for Julian Janssen, who's tumbled down the order. Ben Falke from Germany in the 115 is already out as well. Meantime, the checkered flag will wave, and it will be a win for Sebastian Behrman, who picks up the victory in Heat 3. Dayan Habits and James Roots round out the top 3 in the division. August Lickebo-Lingzo from Denmark takes the fastest lap of the race, 59.566 on the final tour. So great work there by the 111 from Denmark. Ryan Townsend up 11 spots from 16th at the start to finish 11th. And then we see the winning distance, winning time, and the high speed of 80 kph, 50 miles an hour. But, well, Eddie Duncan, Zayn Safoglu from Strawberry Racing in the number 54 made up 7 places from the outside of row number 7. So that number's clearly lucky for him. Conrad Doyle, Maria Roberto, and Ivan Yanisiewicz rounds out your top 10. Jonathan Otterson, Jackson Hilton, Kian Hay, Milo de Karlsmaker, Harris Barber, up 18 spots, rounds out your top 15. Arlo Gamble, Julius Grabau, Louis Letowers, Lenny Barton, Malte Holm round out your top 20. Sofus Billy Jacobson, Arno Halstra, Tim Hansler, Benjamin Slivar, Chloe Sorensen, Amiz Yozani, Evert van Middendorp, Can Aras Agun, Arthur Bowers, Adam Dion Asp, and Emir Mesudieli round out the 31 finishers. Julian Janssen out with 1 lap to go. Ben Falke out with 5 laps remaining. And Tristan Abeel's got a mechanical black flag on the very first lap. What a brilliant final heat for Mini and Mini Rookies. We leave you with the highlights ahead of our final Junior Road Tax Heat. Groups A versus B for Heat 3 coming up shortly. So the green flag flies at the end of the dummy grid as we release our juniors that will be driving in qualifying heat number 3, groups A versus B. And let's take you through the starting order. On the front row, it's going to be Kian Bernhard from the UK and Eren Unlodogan, who picked up the victory last time out in Heat 2. Lionel Munguia and Jensen Chalk will be on row 2. With Alex Goodson and Alfie Ward completing an all-British row 3. Olivia Mazurkiewicz will be joined by Radis Kozmin Pascu, with Luan Seidel and Emir Sierkowska, rounding out what will be your top 10. Finn Albert Jorgensen, Harry Taylor, Kimi Mai, Lucian Smith, Finley Lines, Devin Mieta, Max Boxhall, Jud Rent, Yanis Kohaj, Tiger Holdhausen, Matthias Verreken, Justin Fonk, Braka Dion, Tim Feldman, Leon Herbos, Ludwig Hansson, Riley Morrow, Jesse Adringa, Augustin Hanik, Kieran Stewart, and Odyssey's Hole rounding out the grid. Benedict Schulte will again be a non-starter, as once more this race will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Then we'll have 2 more to go, seniors, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters will close out the action here for day 1 of the 2026 edition of the Champions Winter Trophy, being held here at Karting Genk in the Limburg region of Belgium. So the drivers now coming to a slow as the red lights are on the gantry. And everyone's got to be in a tight pack formation as always. So the drivers will head through the final corner. Revs up. It's going to be a full start. They're going to be told to go round again. Also, I did see a comment in German actually in the live YouTube chat. So, liebe Grüße, Lars Bechtold as Fellingshausen, with so many emojis. There's definitely no sunshine. It's cloudy over here in Belgium. Aber vielen lieben Dank dafür. And is that Tay Stevens that I think might be tuning in as well, possibly? Days Racing 4612. Well, let's see if we can get this final junior heat. So obviously Group C have been waiting to see how this race pans out, as we've got Groups A and B together for this 7 minute plus an additional lap encounter. And that will take us to the conclusion of heat state for the juniors. It's down to Kian Bernhard and Eren Unlodogan on the front row of the grid. Lights on the gantry. The yellow flashing amber light indicating a full start has been extinguished, as they will now come out of the final corner. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. And we're underway and racing. Bernhard keeps the lead, but look who is that? That's Jensen Chalk. He's like a little whippet, that young man. He gets through, and he's trying to go through for second position. Lionel Munguia said, no, you're not. And then everyone's jockeying for position behind. Someone's had a bit of a case of chronic understeer, then chronic oversteer. That looks to be... That's one of the KR Sport carts, I think. Possibly might have been the 280... Well, might have been the 283 of Alfie Ward. But Alfie Wood is an MLC Motorsport driver, so that's definitely not him. And there we go, 2-2-3. Luan Seidel. And that was a bit of a defensive move against, more than likely, the 2-2-6 of Dan Holland Racing's Alex Goodson. And there is the 240, Kimi Mai, battling away with Lucian Smith. Meantime, Bernard still holds on to the lead, but diving to the inside at turn 2. Jensen Chalk gets through on Lionel Munguia for the Redeka kart team. And that very distinctive black and very deep orange coloured kart and race suit to boot. Some drivers have lost out. Well, Harry Taylor's the biggest one of all. Started 12th, now 31st. The drivers now making their way through towards the final corner. Jensen Chalk trying to close on into Kian Bernard. The gap last time round was 0.2 of a second. You come across the line, it's nearly 2.5 tenths. So Jensen Chalk, you've got to get a little bit of a wriggle on. And look, they are line astern through turn 1. Bernard defending. So the Sam Pollitt racing driver doing what he can to keep Jensen Chalk at bay. Into turn 5. Chalk for the race lead and is through. In the meantime, Olivier Mazurkiewicz has got through on Alex Goodson. Finley Lines in the 281 has just gone purple in the opening sector. Last time around completed the fastest lap of the race so far. 57.797 for the 281. And there goes for third, Luan Seidel. Olivier Mazurkiewicz trying to go round the outside of Lionel Munguia, and he's made it through. Oh, that's brilliant work there by the 216. He came out the outside of the left hand of the penultimate corner on the circuit, kept it pinned round the outside. Munguia had nowhere to go, but Munguia is still trying to do what he can. He's gotten through. So Munguia's got through. Alex Goodson has got through. Best lap now by Eren Unludogan, who's now down into 9th. The Turkish driver with a 57.339 as we're halfway through the race. And now Chalk still leads. After about a lap ago, he took the lead coming out of turn number 5 and got through on Kian Bernard from Sam Pollitt Racing. And they are trying to break away. Luan Seidel from Switzerland rounds out your top 3. He's being chased down by Lionel Munguia as Olivier Mazurkiewicz has started to hemorrhage a couple of positions. And he's right behind Unlo Dogan, who's now up into 8th. And moment there, that was the 298. Leon Herbos having a sideways moment at the back end, stepping out to the left-hand side as Munguia sets the new fastest lap of the race. 57.030 whilst chasing down Luan Seidel from Switzerland. And Devon Miota down in 17th position sets the fastest opening sector of anybody in the race so far. Luan Seidel looking very, very cautiously over the shoulder. To the left, to the right, even a slight adjustment to the left means that you can see someone outside of your peripheral vision. So minimising head movement, minimising drag on yourself and the kart. And mechanical black flag, that is going to be for the 261 as through goes Kian Bernard to retake the race lead. That's Braca Dion that's going to get the mechanical black flag now. So Kian Bernard for Sam Pollitt Racing, now back ahead of Jensen Chalk from MLC Motorsport. Emir Sietkowska, the German driver. Oh, and we have had dramas. And that is for, Kieran Stewart. Side pod, an absolute mess. That's been scuffed up to bits. I'm not too sure if he was down on the ground for discomfort. But meantime, it's become a 4-cart freight train at the front end. And there could be more joining the party, including Finley Lines in that distinctive, bright, alien green race helmet. And here we go. 3 laps remain. And it's all kicking off. Jensen Chalk to the outside of Kian Bernard. That's not going to work through turn 1. And now, Munguia gets shoved out of the way ever so inadvertently by Luan Seidel. Finley Lines now up into 4th. And Finn Albert Jorgensen now up into P5. And then round the outside, that was, I think that was Alex Goodson. Round the outside at turn 5. And Munguia has lost out big time. And these next 2 laps are going to be absolutely firework packed. Let me rest you assured of that. And a dejected Kieran Stewart sitting in the chair on the Marshall post. That's a real shame for the 245 for Dan Holland Racing. As now this time it's going to be 2 to go. Here goes Luan Seidel up the inside of Jensen Chalk. Here comes Finley Lines with the slipstream in his advantage. And he's got Finn Albert Jorgensen, his teammate, pushing him along. Luan Seidel loses out. And that's 3 places on the bounce for the Swiss driver. And there is Alex Goodson waiting to pick up the pieces. He's now in P6. And all Seidel and Jorgensen, they're wheel to wheel, coming out of turn number 5. And Alex Goodson trying to split the pair of KR Sport karts. He gets through on Finn Albert Jorgensen, but Eden Unlodogan is there. Alfie Ward is going to be there. I would very much imagine the case that Olivier Mazurkiewicz will not be that far behind either. Yeah, and there is Rares Cosmin Pascu from Switzerland also there. And now it's going to be an absolute dogfight. Last lap underway. Top 3, you need to watch them. Here goes Jensen Chalk. And here comes Finley Lines. 3 wide into turn 2. That's never going to work. But Finley Lines to the inside. Gets through and splits the pair of them out of turn number 3. Finley Lines up to 2nd position. And he started down in 15th. And now Bernard looking over his left shoulder into the chicane. Lines with 1 crossover attempt. Didn't work. Because he would have been on the outside for turn number 8. Chalk is there. Goodson is there. Jorgensen is there. And now it's the frenzy into Cafe Corner. Turn 10 coming up now. And it's going to be the run to the line. This could be a photo finish of epic proportions. Into the final corner. Bernard just out wide. Finley Lines is going to come across the line for 15th on the grid. He's going to win it. Finley Lines by 41 thousandths across the line. Well, I think there might have been a little bit of a touch between Finley Lines and Kian Bernard, but Finley Lines from 15th on the grid has just provisionally won heat number 3 in juniors after an epic final 3 laps. Jensen Chalk P2, Alex Goodson, the top 3 covered by just under a 10th and a half at the flag. Finn Albert Jorgensen, Alfie Ward, Luan Seidel, Eden Unlodogan, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Kian Bernard, and Rares Cosmin Pascu round out your top 10, covered by a 2nd. Lionel Munguia came across the line 11th, head of Kimi Mai. Lucien Smith, Emil Siedkowska, and Yanis Courage round out your top 15. Max Bogsal from Denmark, Matthias Verreken, Justin Fonk, Devlin Mieta, and Riley Morrow round out your top 20. Ludwig Hansson, Augusta Hanik, Jörg Drenz, Harry Taylor, and Odyssey's Hole round out your top 25. Jesse Andringer, Tim Feldman, Leon Herbos, and Tygo Holthausen round out the 29 finishers. Brake Dion out with the mechanical black flag with 4 laps to go, and Kieran Stewart, after an incident, out with 5 laps remaining. Well, Finley Lines from 15th on the grid. The inside of row number 8 takes the win. We'll leave you with the highlights, as very soon we'll be getting underway with our penultimate race here on Heats Day. It's going to be qualifying heat, senior road tax, number 3, Groups A versus B next. 10 races down here on Heats Day. 2 to go as we return to Senior Rotax for their third and final qualifying heat. It will be Groups A and B in action for the next 10 minutes plus an additional lap. We're just waiting for the signal to show the green flag to the drivers on the dummy grid. But what an exciting couple of last laps in that Junior Rotax final qualifying heat here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in the Limburg region of Belgium.
Yes, okay. I wait for you. Okay. Tell me when I can.
And, well, Grüezi, Mario Sidler, the elder brother of Tino. Both of them respective Swiss RMC champions in their own right. I have to give another person a shout out. Michael Hitchcock, who is originally from the UK but has represented Team Switzerland for DD2 Masters over the last few years in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals as the field makes its way out onto the circuit. So here is your starting order for the final qualifying heat. Heat number 3, Groups A versus B for Senior Rotax. Max Siderski starting from the front row ahead of Lars Lambers, with Bram van der Weyck and Vince van der Holle rounding out your top 2 rows. Boris Verhagen and Tino Sidler due to start on row number 3. Bastien Mesnil and Scott Marsh ahead of Julian Klosman and Boris Maximov, who ran up the top 10. Then Austin Lee, Macaulay Bishop, Luca Thiel, Tom Longois, Tino Potier, Charlie King, Rory Armstrong, Len Nyes, Bo Alrichs, Jules de Roek, Vic van Kampenhout, Reimer van Beek, Augustin Selik, Timeo Marafina, Omer Ulas Akbag, Tito Hoche, Matej Konik, Lodin Blankenberg, Alexander Holman, Priam Lelang, Philip Wisniewski, Kenneth van Monkerker, Baptiste Michardier, and Manolo Sandat. Now, the big thing is, can I see from my commentary position if Tino Sidler is due to start from the dummy grid? Not 100% sure, but his kart, according to the live timing, has not crossed the beam. I will keep an eagle eye out as Patrick Verbist again coming into chat on cue to cheer on the number 390 of Bran van der Weyken. Let's see. I do see a kart with a 1 and a 0, so I'm wondering if Tino Sidler's transponder has had a problem. Let's see, 310. Yep, there's Tino Sidler. He is on the grid. Yep, there he is. Front and centre briefly for a moment in the bottom of the screen. So, Siderski versus Lambers. It's like they were back in juniors all over again. When they move up at the same time. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. As now the last few stragglers need to get into the close formation. Red lights on the gantry for qualifying heat 3. Senior Rotax, A versus B. And out of the final corner they will come. The revs rise. Lights are on. And we're out first time. And there's a bit of pushing and shoving. 390 is getting a bit caught up. Bran van der Weyken. And oh dearie me, there's going to be a little bit of carnage. Oh, one gets caught in the crossfire. Someone's been off the circuit. That's the 317. Len Nyes. And there's a couple of stragglers at the back, I'm afraid. But who is leading the way? It's Max Siderski coming out of the chicane, following on from the Europolan. So the 397. And there is Lars Lambers. And up the inside, that is Bran van der Weyken. And there is the Belgian alias of Shun Sekaguchi, a.k.a. Vince van der Halle. Just behind them, Tino Sidler has made up a place and he's currently in P5. After the first lap, Swiderski leads by a quarter of a second. Well, Austin Lee is currently sitting. So there you see, Tino Sidler is on your screens, folks. So, and now there's been a change for the lead. Bran van der Weyken through on Max Swiderski. Tino Sidler is going to be battling away and is through. Oh, well, Tino Sidler has just been given the mechanical black flag. Not too sure what for. So 310 has just been given a mechanical black flag by race control. Not sure why. As Swiderski's going to lose out here. And Sidler's going to see this. So, Bran van der Weyken leads. As more juxtaposing continues up and down the order. And that is Austin Lee up the inside of Max Swiderski. Vince van der Halle also gets through, but there's a little bit of wrestling between the pair. Coming out of turn 5. And to the... Who on earth tries to do it? That was Julian Klausmann. Absolute opportunist trying to go around the outside at turn 6. That was never going to work on the outside. I do remember Sebastian de Grand making a move in DD2 a couple of years back. I think he tried to get through on Zander Schriblak. Well, I think he made a move on Zander. Whether Zander might be able to confirm that, I'm not sure. However, 3 minutes in. And, dramas 4. That is Scott Marsh, who was slow coming out of the final corner. So Scott Marsh has dropped down. They've still got the mechanical black flag out for Tino Sidler. And I know, Mario, you're watching. And the no comment has just been made by your good self. But still, Tino deciding to carry on now. If he does not come in within 3 laps, that is an immediate black flag and an exclusion. Black flag has just been shown. There we go, black flag. I've just had it confirmed. Tino Sidler is out of the race. That is an exclusion from the session for the 310. As through goes the 393. And that is going to be Raymer van Beek. So, and still, nevertheless, Tino Sidler showing as having done the fastest lap of the race, but there is a black flag out for the number 310. You might want to... Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mario. And you've been on the brunt end of a lot of things in your career as well, buddy. So, yeah, black flag for Tino Sidler. So that is going to change everything and promote Lars Lambers and everybody else up a position. So coming up to halfway, and there are battles up and down the order. And there is the 324 making a move. That was Vic van Kampenhout on Badin Blankenberg. As Austin Lee has been passed by Julian Klausmann for SR... Well, no, that's not... He's got through on the 375 of Vince van der Halle. So... Still at the minute, Tino Sidler running second on the road, but obviously with the black flag. So mechanical black flag, now black flag. So I'm not sure of what the strategy is with regards to this, because So still, Sidler on the road in front of Lars Lambers. Lambers gets through that second position for the 342, and with a big head of steam. That's Vince van der Holle just behind the 310 from Switzerland. Through he goes. I would imagine with those two moves, yeah, I think that's now Tino Sidler is going to, let's just see, does he turn left? Yes, he does. That's a real shame for Tino Sidler because he was on pace. I think he had an opportunity of winning this as well, winning this race, winning this heat. So that has eliminated the man from Switzerland. And that brings us down to 33 runners and riders with just under 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this final qualifying heat for senior Rotax. So groups A versus B. Now, even with 3 minutes plus an additional lap left to run in this race, never count out the fact that there are 3 drivers at the sharp end of this field, and all of them are with the same team. Bran van der Weyken, Bouvin Power. Lars Lambers, Bouvin Power. Vince van der Holle, Bouvin Power. And they'll be instructed. Right, okay, now there was a marsh. What's... Oh, so we've had someone come to a stop. That might be the number 305 on the Sodi cart, Tito Mahoshe. Because there is a cart stricken. There is a driver walking over to Marshall Post 5. And that's on the exit of turn 8. The laps and the timer counts down. Van der Weyken now has a lead of just over half a second. Van der Holle closing in on Lambers for P2. Bastian Misniel has just passed Germany's Luca Thiel from FM Racing. And that is a change for 9th. Now, the more that Van der Holle fights with Lambers, the less opportunity it gives him to go after Van der Weyken at the sharp end of the field. Manolo Senda, one of the biggest chargers at the moment, but Baptiste Michardier started 33rd, now runs 15th. And we are going to have 2 laps to go in this encounter. And it's going to be the 3 Bouvin Power stablemates, line astern, covered by 3/10. And here goes Lambers for the lead. Van der Holle and Van der Weyken wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments between turns 1 and 2. They still kept out of it relatively unscathed. But Lambers takes the race lead on the penultimate lap of this race. Meantime, what magic trick has Vince van der Holle got up his Team Japan race suit sleeve? That's what I'm wondering. And this could be the possibility. The 375 dives through. Van der Holle up to second, but it's going to be 1.36 kilometres of racing. And at the moment, it might be that there's enough of an advantage. Lambers will start the final lap of the race. And he's 0.48 up the road. Now, if he was 0.25 up the road, you could say that Van der Holle has got a really damn good chance of catching him and passing him. Bran van der Weyken has just been given the black and white warning flag from race control. That'll be more than likely reference driving standards. But as we are on the 12th and final lap, the gap last time around was 0.338. So Van der Weyken is trying to catch the pair in front, but now he's losing time. Van der Holle wants to win. in the early infancy of his senior Rotax career, through into the final corner. It could be a run to the line between the Bouvin Power stablemates, but it's Lambers. It's Lambers that wins heat number 3 by 0.182 of a second after 12 laps. And it's a top 3 for Bouvin Power. Lars Lambers, Vince van der Holle and Bran van der Weyke. Austin Lee up from 11th to finish P4. Max Sidursky, our pole sitter, finishes 5th ahead of Macaulay Bishop, Boaz Maximov, Julien Grosman, Bastien Mesnil, and a good drive up the order from 17th on the grid to round out the top 10. County Downs, Rory Armstrong, Luca Thiel, Tom Langlois, Boris Verhaag and Tino Potier round out the top 14. Baptiste Michardier, hardest charger in that race, up 18 positions to finish 15th. Matej Konik up 11 spots from 27th to finish finishing 16th, head of Bo Algeris. Vic van Kampenhout, Scott Marsh, might have been technical troubles for the Brits, finishes down in 19th, head of Badine Blankenberg from the Netherlands. Timeo Merafina, Priam Lelang, Manolo Senda, Charlie King, Raymer van Beek, Alexander Holman, Omer Ulas Akbag, Jules Durouk, and Kenneth van Mokerke, the last of the classified finishers. Titouan Hochet, Len Nyes, Oguzhan Selik, Philip Wisniewski, and Tino Sidler out of the race. We'll leave you with the highlights, but coming up will be the final race here on Heats Day for the 2026 Champions Winter Trophy. It's Heat 3, DD2 and DD2 Masters up next. So, for the final time on Heats Day for the 2026 running of the Champions Winter Trophy here at Karting Genk, it's time for our 12th and final heat. It's Heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting order. On pole position, Wood Kirstens will be lining up alongside Jan Eckstein, with Kirstens on pole position in the Combi Kart Racing Team 466. William Norbeek and Hugo Dupont will be on row number 2. Behind them on row 3 will be Jordi Clebaut and Bennett Demler from Belgium and from Germany. Jort van Wijk from the Netherlands will be joined by the 406 of Frederik Jules Sorensen. Next up after that will be Theo Lemoigne and Ralph van der Parvet, who hopefully does not have any dramas like he did in the previous heat. Jim Ringelberg and Noah Hipp will be next up ahead of Christophe Capitain and Ben Kaminski. Christoph Adams, Robin Jäger, Mohamed Ben Amour, and Wilfried Merafina, rounding out your starting order. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap of the one of my favourite classes of Rotax racing. I mean, if anyone who's ever been to the Grand Finals witnesses a DD2 or a DD2 Masters race when you got 36 of them on the same grid, it's absolute madness, but it's what they would call organised chaos, so to speak. However, we still have another 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing still to go here at Genk. And then it will be time to clean, well, for the drivers and the mechanics, it will be clean the karts up, make all the little tweaks possible, ready for morning warm-up ahead of the Super Heats, which will be starting at 10:30 local time tomorrow morning on the 15th of February. Of course, we've had Friday the 13th yesterday. We've got Valentine's Day today. It's Carnival, I believe, in the Netherlands, as according to one of my good friends, Dan Peppels, who lives literally about 20 minutes up the road, just across the Dutch border, just outside of Maastricht. So it will be the case of these drivers will have to get into position. And there you see Wood Kirstens from Combi Kart Racing Team and Jan Eckstein, one of the drivers from FM Racing, run by Christian and father and son duo, Christian and Maxi Fleischmann. Maxi himself has competed in DD2 in years past. But now it's going to be the time we go into the tram lines. Lights on, revs up, and we're underway for 10 minutes plus an additional lap. To the outside of Kirstens goes Jan Eckstein. William Norbeek trying to squeeze his way through the middle. Oh, dear. And 3 into 1 does never go, I'm afraid. One of which, Christophe Capitain. Then we got the 584 from Jäger. And I'm wondering who the other one was. Theo Lemoigne in the 496 was also involved. He was the last one to get away from the scene of the crime, I think it's probably said. Meantime, Wood Kirstens has gotten away and scampered into the distance. He's a bit like a stabbed rat, really. And just runs away and goes for cover. And look who is up there with them, Jim Ringelberg. Oh! Someone's feeling racy today, Mr. Ringelberg. Good man. 547, and as now we're going to see a change for second as Wood Kirstens is up the road by 1.6 seconds, just like Sebastian Vettel in his Red Bull days, getting out of the DRS activation zone. As now Ringelberg and Noah Hipp trying to go side by side. Noah Hipp tries for the counter offer, going through into turn 2. That's not going to happen. Mazur, careful. Hugo Dupont now trying to go past Jan Eckstein, and here comes the assist from Ringelberg up the inside. Ringelberg up to P3 overall. That's one of the good things about Jim Ringelberg. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve, he'd probably put a magician out of business. But Wood Kirstens, who won Heat 1, as Ringelberg is... That was cheeky. And he's just given a thumbs up to Noah Hip, I think. To say, thanks for that, mate. So, it always helps to have someone... You know, the thing is that there's always an... People might say, yes, there's language barriers with different nationalities, but hand gestures mean the same thing in a lot of different cultures. Depending on where you're from, of course. And Jim Ringleberg just gave the thumbs up, went, yep, brilliant, lovely, like it, thank you. So now, he runs ahead of Noah Hip. So they've gotten through on Jan Eckstein, who's currently sitting in fifth position. But Ringleberg just got passed by Noah Hip in the 4.15, which now is going to release him to try and go after Hugo Dupont just up in front. And there is the 4.30. Ben Kaminsky gets through. And here comes William Norbeek. And he's going to try and do the pair of them. He nearly got the buy one, get one free special. But he gets, he's the Danish meat in a German sandwich at the moment. And Bennett Demler, new fastest lap of the race, 55.150 for the 4.02. York Van Wyk goes purple in the middle sector. Well, he's just gone purple in the first sector now. So York Van Wyk last year and a few years before, running in senior Rotax, ran with a couple of teams, with especially with like last year, both him and his brother Taze ran with Dan Holland Racing. But Wout Kirsten's 6 1/4 minutes plus an additional lap left to go, as there is a move made on Christoph Adams. That was for position, and that was by Fredrik Sorensen. Of course, quite recently we lost a legend of Danish karting, Alan Husted, who I had the opportunity to meet at Voyens Motorsport Arena a couple of years ago. He's definitely made an impact of the sport in that Scandinavian nation, which I'm looking forward to heading back to a couple of times this year, once in April, once in August. There's now, well, Christoph Adams has just been passed by Mr. Mullet Man himself, Ralph van der Pevert, elder brother to Mika. He's now been driving in shifter carts as of this year in KZ. So, Mohamed Ben Amour from Tunisia has just been given the black and white warning flag from race control. That's just basically to say to him, right, we are watching. Don't think we're not. Hugo Dupont, new fastest lap of the race, 54.517, and took over 6.5 tenths out of our race leader on that previous lap. 55.079 by Wout Kirstens, 54.517. That is over half a second out of him. So that is 0.562 seconds. So nearly 6 tenths, in other words. I just like to say something like that because it's a bit pedantic, but what do I know? Meantime, Jim Ringleberg is keeping his elbows out because he's got Jan Eckstein and William Norbeek not too far behind him. Don't headbutt the steering wheel, Jim. It looked like he did, like it bound. I think it's probably he's just trying to place his head there and he's probably just accidentally headbutted it by mistake. It can happen. I've had it where a driver's got this like red mark on the forehead and I go, what'd you do? Headbutt your steering wheel? And they went, yeah, that's exactly what happens. I said, well, they're not exactly. I said they're not exactly soft, are they? He went, no. It kind of hurt. And I went, well, the red mark like that? Yeah, I'm sure it did. However, Jim Ringleberg has let through Jan Eckstein and William Norbeek because his race is not with them. The next highest placed DD2 Masters driver is Christoph Adams. That is all the way down in 13th. So after that 3-cart incident earlier on, Theo Lewan in the 496, well, that cart is halfway down the Idoplan on the runoff, on the runoff area on the right-hand side. So that is out of the way. Now, just keeping an eye on what's going on with Mohamed Ben Amour, his just like literally a couple of seconds ago, gone through the opening sector, as now things might be a little bit changeable, and they have changed at the front end because Hugo Dupont has finally got through on Wout Kirstens, and he took another half second out of him on the previous tour. So Dupont has the race lead. They now come out of the final corner and across the line. 8 laps in the books, so we should be hitting 12 laps in total here for this DD2 and DD2 Masters final qualifying heat here on day 1. And Dupont running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Some glorious colours there. You would have thought it would have been a Dutch operation with the fact it's blooming bright orange for most of it. But Sodi Kart based out of Le Mans in France, just in the Pays de la Loire region. Not too far from the Circuit de la Sarthe, of course, which hosts the 24 Heures du Mans every year in the middle of hot French summer, where rain can sometimes come along, and also not too far from the venue of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at the Le Mans Karting International Circuit, which I had the pleasure of being able to commentate on back in 2021. Thank you to my good friend who's currently at... Oh, now, who has just... Oh, don't tell me that is not going to be... Oh, now... Was that Bennett Demler in the 402? He might have called time on that one, I'm afraid. Well, Henry was unavailable. Well, was not able to make it in 2021. He's currently with the team over at Yas Marina for the Abu Dhabi Sports Trophy event, which is part of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. That's happening this weekend, along with Rotax Max Challenge Bahrain is also happening this weekend too. So it's going to be 2 laps remaining, and Hugo Dupont is leading and is extending his gap over Wout Kirstens to the best part of nearly a second, as we have 2 more laps to go. We're on lap 10. We're on lap 11 out of 12, and some good work here by the 422 from France. With G-Kart 53, so running under the same stable as senior Rotax driver Tom Lanois in the 355. Timer is counting down as our leader makes his way through into Cafe Corner for the penultimate time. 3, 2, 1. Timer has expired. Last lap this time around. So across the line, Hugo Dupont sees the final lap board and knows he's just under 1.4 kilometres away from victory. Noah Hipp, in the meantime, has closed up to Wout Kirstens. So battle for P2 about to reach its crescendo, with the final lap very much halfway done. Down the Europalan for the final time we go. Kirstens looks to his right. Hipp goes to the left through the chicane. Kirstens holds his race line. Rather nice and neat by the Combi Kart Racing team driver. And part of the organisational team behind that, Willem van der Loos. Good to see him this weekend. Many times a Team Netherlands representative at the grand finals, but it is going to be out of the final corner. Félicitations, Hugo Dupont from G-Kart 53, who wins the last heat of the day. And Wout Kirstens beats Noah Hipp across the line. I thought it was mad enough in the junior Rotax final heat. 41 thousandths of a second. 12 1,000ths covered Wout Kirstens and Noah Hipp in deciding who was going to be P2. William Norbeek made it to 4th in the end, ahead of Jan Eckstein, with Jort van Wijk, Jordi Klebo. Well done to Jim Ringelberg. He takes the win, 8th place in the overall, but P1 in Masters. He finishes ahead of Ralph van der Pavert and Frederik Juhl Sorensen from RS Competition. They round out your top 10. Ben Kaminsky ahead of the 555 of the one and only Christoph Adams, who takes second in Masters. He finishes ahead of Germany's Roman Jäger in the 5.84 for 3G Racing. Wilfried Merafina and Mumen Ben Amour round out the 16 finishers, with Bennett Demler retiring with 4 laps to go, Theo Lemoigne out on the opening lap, and Marcel Schirmer a non-starter. So there we go. That is 12 heats in the books here at the Home of Champions for day 1. And more to the point, we've got some highlights to take you through very shortly. I'll leave you with them and then come back to you. Well, it looks like we're actually going to conclude today's broadcast here. Big thank you to all the teams, drivers, the families, our marshals, the men and women in orange here at the circuit, our medical team that have always been very, very good to us. But tomorrow we have our super heats, and then we have our finals. This has been a WFR Live TV production. We will see you just before 10:30 tomorrow, as tomorrow afternoon, will find out who will be our winners of the 2026 running of the Champions Winter Trophy. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Good night. See you tomorrow.